Hello? That's better. Wow, this game is loud. This game music is really loud. Or do I just have my headphones up really loud? Probably both. Hi Maya, hi Alexis. How's it going, my friends? Welcome to stream. Happy Friday. My glasses are filthy, but there's nothing I can do about it now. Kill me. Alright. Happy Friday. Thank God it's Friday. Oh God. Working and tired? Yeah, I feel that. I'm so glad it's Friday. I don't have to, I'm gonna have to do homework tomorrow. Excuse me. Oh my God, but I gotta clean. I'm gonna have a bunch of people at my house on Sunday. Lord of the Flies time. I have to write the paper that has the Lord of the Flies, which I haven't read nearly enough of, but it's fine. I mostly remember it from school. Mostly. Piggy dies. Spoiler alert. For Lord of the Flies. Going to an emo karaoke night where you could do karaoke with a live band. I will not be singing. Maya, I never for 1 second as I was reading that sentence did I think you would be singing. Never once. Don't you worry. I know that would not be you. Sorry, I just rattled the microphone. Oh my gosh. Why am I so snuffly? Excuse me while I blow my nose. I know that I'm sure that did nothing to damper the noise levels on that, but I tried. Hi Morgan! All my friends are here. I love you guys. Thanks for hanging out. Sorry, I'm getting a bunch of Discord messages. And I'm checking them. You're good, Carly. Oh, okay. Maybe move this slightly away from my face. Peek in the mic a bit. All my lovely friends. It's a party. Carly and Nico. And I'm being a bad friend and not responding to any messages, so I apologize. Anyway, how's it going? I spent my afternoon watching fucking Ace Attorney AMVs on YouTube. I don't know where that came from, but I watched probably like 15 in the last like 2 hours. I don't know what's wrong with me. I'm really losing it. I mean, I've been losing it. I feel like I say this every single stream. But I think it's confirmed now. I'm thirsty. I'm gonna save this. But we're gonna do more. I was about to say we're gonna finish Duel Destinies this week. No, we are not. We are absolutely not gonna finish Duel Destinies this week. We're just gonna finish our current case and then maybe part of the next one, hopefully. Not with that attitude. We're not gonna get through 4 cases tonight. I think it's 4. Let me pull up my handy dandy walkthrough. Yeah, 4 more cases. 3 plus a DLC. Not gonna happen. We have the final trial of this case, and then, excuse me, and then we'll start the next one. I wonder if Miles shows up in this game. I don't know if he does. I don't know. Cases of booze, maybe on Sunday we'll go through 4 cases of booze. Not that I have 4 cases of booze in my house. I do need to go get more alcohol for Sunday though. Hinge Boy is probably coming though, Morgan. He has confirmed that he will most likely be there. So, good shit. Having a Super Bowl. Yes, we are in fact having a Super Bowl thing. Alexis, if you are in the state, you are welcome to come. I don't know where you are right now, but you are welcome to come and chill with us. We're gonna be watching the Super Bowl. AKA, I think the husband and fiance will be watching the Super Bowl, and the rest of us are probably gonna hang out and chat and play board games. You will be at your, oh my god, you're welcome to come too, Maya. We're gonna, I think we will be, the Puppy Bowl starts at 2 o'clock. And some people will might be here for the Puppy Bowl. So if you want that. Yes, the Puppy Bowl, Nico. On Sunday, the Puppy Bowl starts at 2, and then the game is at 6 or 6:30. Oh, you have a birthday party. Well, you can come before that over if you want and just hang out. I don't care. Like, you will be alone. Will you be alone in this state? Because if you are, you should come to my home. And you can meet Morgan and all of those friends. And also Hinge Boy. And karate people. You can meet a bunch of people. In your house? Well, you should be in my house then on Sunday. It should be in my home. Yes. It'll be for like 3:30. Maya, you know where my spare key is. Just let yourself in. I'm losing it. Maya will kidnap you, Alexis. I think that's a great offer. Oh, he is bringing wings? Okay. I have crab rangoons. And I have spinach artichoke dip. And I have Coke and Fanta. And I'm probably gonna get some cherry Pepsi so I can do cherry Pepsi and Malibu as my beverage for the evening. You'll be bringing piggies and blankies. Perfect snack. Perfect snack. Operation Kidnap Alexis is a go. Hopefully, I just want to be a chill night. Hopefully I have enough chairs in this seating in this basement for the growing list of people who are now going to be here. That's okay. It'll be fun. The growing list of friends. My 2 groups of friends can meet. It should be great. I love it. When Worlds Collide. That fucking SpongeBob song. Your cat will be lonely. Alexis, I swear to God. I'm not gonna make you come to my house, but like, should come to my house. Let me feed you. My hair's a mess. My life is a mess. I am a mess. My glasses are nasty and it's gonna bother me, but I can't clean them because it's just gonna smudge them. So I'm just gonna be miserable for a while. I'd have to be down to say hi for a bit before driving home. Fuck yeah. I'm looking forward to it. It's gonna be a people showing up whenever they feel like it, sort of afternoon, which I'm good with. But I need to vacuum the rug and then also the couch. Not the couch is dirty, but not Morgan. Lauren is allergic to dogs, and even though Minnie doesn't really come down here and hang out on the couch, she does a little bit. Excuse me. So just vacuum some of her residue up. We're hanging. Oh yes. Is that next weekend? We may be doing Escapee Room. I have to see what my life is, because now people want to play D&D and I don't remember when we said we were going to do that, or if I confirmed or denied. The 18th or the 25th. Okay. One of those weekends I will probably be available. One of those two. But I have to look at what the group chat said, because I don't think I responded. I was such a mess. Wow. Why is anybody friends with me? Why? Because I don't communicate. I respond to things in my brain, and then I don't respond to them in real life. And I do that enough that it should be concerning. Alright, should we start this game? Maybe. Nope. Fuck! It cleared my chat! Is it gonna break? Is it gonna be broken forever? Okay, good. Whew. Thank God. D&D is the 25th? Alright. The perfect is 18th. Also, something I just noticed after we played this for 2 weeks now? There's a big fucking exit game button right at the top right. I've been going into the options for this every time. Big fucking exit game button. That I just saw. Why have I cursed you? Okay, it's bad. Okay, like, why isn't it here? Right under the credits. I'm shaking my whole desk. Why is it here? Was there one of these up here for the Great Ace Attorney and I just didn't notice it? For the weeks, for the months that I played that game? Was there one here the whole time? I didn't have to go into the options every time? It's possible. It's possible. Alright. I would like to hold on. I want to put him in his old suit. I like this suit, but there's I don't know what it. I do like the suit. I like the old suit. I don't know. I guess I get it. That's where the arrow typically is, but silly. The UI designer said T. I thought this would close this. Alright. Astarian Frizzface got me in a conversation I didn't understand. I'm so sorry. This one. Yes. All right. We're in the last bit of the trial. The air duct that was our whole crux of our argument last time, and it's wrong. That's all I remember, is it's incorrect completely. Oh, and we've basically confirmed it was a flamboyant assistant man. Okay, court is now in session. All rise. Court is now back in session for the trial of Damien Tenma. Apollo Justice, defense team leader is ready, Your Honor. Okay, enjoy your lurks, Carly. Thank you for hanging out. Athena Sykes, assistant defender, is ready too, Your Honor. Je suis prête. As chipper as ever, I see, and in French no less. And the prosecution. Oh, there he is. Why, you look 12 years old in that outfit. Because I think it's his school outfit, to be perfectly honest. Hi, Blackwell. Very well then. By the way, I asked Detective Fulbright to provide sturdier shackles today. There will be no more of your funny business this time, Prosecutor Blackwell. Okay, also enjoy your lurks, Alexis. God. Now, your opening statement, if you would. Oh, also, if for anybody who hasn't noticed, I changed all of my emotes to Ace Attorney emotes. So if you're a subscriber, you have so many Ace Attorney emotes now. I believe it's standard procedure for the prosecution to handle it. Looks like the judge is really bringing it today. He probably realized how Blackwell played him. That was one mean game of Simon Says. Yeah, His Honor has to fight to defend his honor today. I'm so confused trying to find the Screaming Kermit emote. I do love the Screaming Kermit emote. I should bring that one back. Oh, it's in there. No, Screaming Kermit emote is still in there. It might just be a tier 2. I might have made it tier 2. I don't fucking know anymore. There it is. Your bald, your baldness. It's hard for me to do the deep voice, not so quiet. It's plain to see that you've always dreamed of delivering an epic opening statement. I have? I don't know if I'd say that. Why, of course you have. I saw it in your eyes the last time you gave the opening statement. That was the look of one who yearns deeply for the thrill of an epic opening statement. Blackwell! Blackwell, what are you doing? I'm going to ignore that, Alexis. For decades now, you have been watching opening statements from your bench. Blackwell is girl boss gatekeeping and gaslighting the judge to do his job for him. They were the crowning jewels of the court. One thing you cannot possess. The crown? Oh. It's antidepressant and allergy medicine time. Happy 7 o'clock, y'all. Yeah, we did watch that clip recently while I was trying to find the nipple chimp. Or not nipple chimp. I was trying to find the ladder when I died on the ladder in Hunt. Oh. Acknowledgement. The crown jewels of the court? Now at long last, they are within your grasp. How could you possibly refuse? So you don't mind if I do it then? The judge is so easily manipulated. I'll make a special exception, just this once. Here we go again. Yep, more of Blackwell's mind games. Well, in that case, I think I might go ahead and make the opening statement myself. See you later, Morgan. In yesterday's session, we learned the shocking truth that... The victim, Alderman Rex Cubey, was the Amazing Ninetails. We also learned that the Amazing Ninetails was a key figure in the yokai craze and anti-merger protests. It was further revealed that upon learning Rex Cubey's secret identity, Mayor Damien Tenma murdered him. Excuse me. The fact that the crime took place in a tightly locked room was also brought to light. And the only people in that tightly locked room were the defendant and victim. The defense proposed the existence of a hypothetical third party, but further investigation revealed no proof of a third party who had escaped the room. Lies. Absolute lies. I also miss Hunt. Now that I have a working computer that will load in the graphics, we do have to play soon. Ergo, we must conclude that the evidence against the defendant is, well, conclusive. Wrong. Did I say something wrong? Yes. That was quite astonishing. You've truly outdone yourself this time. Oh, one more thing to boast about to my grandchild. Well, this was not an unexpected turn of events. No more T-posing models, no more invisible walls, and no more shapeless blob horses. Now then, it seems the prosecution has called a new witness to testify. The inexplicable yokai evidence left at the scene of the crime. Well, does that not demand some sort of explanation? The feathers and tracks weren't those left by the mayor when he was possessed. That was but an act to protect his daughter. Oh, yes, of course, I had suspected as much. Wait, did he actually believe the mayor's award-winning performance? His daughter was the one who planted the yokai evidence. Ergo, the true identity of the yokai in the manor was the manor's maid, Jinxie Tenma. Objection! See you later, Maya. See you Sunday, maybe. I will await your text. Down for a hunt, just say the word. I am down for it any fucking time. Also, I just downloaded a jigsaw puzzle, like a free jigsaw puzzle game that's multiplayer. So if anybody wants to just sit and do virtual jigsaw puzzles, fucking hit me up. The prosecution is engaging in mere conjecture. Would you care for some witness testimony then? I'll tell you the name. Let me find that. Hold on, really quick. I'll get the name of it. It's called. Is it this one? I downloaded 2 of them, but only one of them is multiplayer. Here it is. It's called Jigsaw Puzzle Dreams, and it is free. For I am ready to prove that the little scamp is the one behind the Temataro farce. Witness testimony? I'll bet he means Filch and that creep LaBelle. Very well then. Bailiff, would you bring in the first witness? Okay, bye. Mr. Filch, you made quite the hasty exit yesterday. See that it doesn't happen again today. Wow, my voice like reverse cracked. Oh god, what is his voice? Hehehe, been known for my hasty retreat since I was a kid. Bit of a trademark of mine. Indeed, you managed to give a total of 5 bailiffs the slip. Like those amateurs could ever nab me. Hehehe. Yipes! Perhaps we should shackle you by the neck. That would keep you in place. Yipes! No, please! I'm liable to rip my own head off if I start running. Is that the one? Yes, it is in fact free. The other one I downloaded is called Jigsaw Puzzles Infinite, but that one's not multiplayer, so it's less interesting. Your statement now. Yes, sir, Mr. Blackhead, sir. He may be a hasty retreat, but there's no escaping Prosecutor Blackwell. Yeah, Blackwell doesn't strike me as the give-up-easy type. Now then, Mr. Filch, your testimony, please. Specifically, the true nature of the yokai you saw in the manor shortly after the crime. The yokai is Jinxie. Temataro's really that little maid girl. Ain't no doubt about it. I mean, the Temataro I saw was just a little thing about her size. The little runt had a big old staff. I seen her when she came into the foyer. Bet you she stole it from the forbidden chamber after stumbling on the crime scene. She was gonna use it to wallop me on account of my fierce reputation. I just know it. Your fierce reputation? So, Temmataro was short in stature, and that's because it was Miss Jinxie Tenma all along. You betcha! Besides, all the rest in the manor were way taller than her. Feigning height is but an easy thing. But a big ox like the defendant could never pass for short. What if the Temmataro impersonator was walking on their knees? What, no knee walking? I seen it myself. Then perhaps that yokai really was Miss Tenma after all. All monsters are naught but tricks, either of the mind or of the cheap parlor variety. So you're saying she created an illusion like one of those magical eye things? Precisely. Human senses are easily deceived. Take the fellow in the cell next to me. Each night he cries and screams about some ghost he thinks he sees. But in truth, it was simply the janitor. Blackwell, honey, the things that you tell us are a touch concerning. Ho ho ho! Prosecutor Blackwell just gave up the ghost, literally! The janitor's deathly complexion and all-white attire are, no doubt, partially to blame. That and the fact that he constantly mutters about taking vengeance for this or that. That actually sounds like a real ghost to me. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. All right. Really, that May girl, ain't no doubt about it. I mean, little thing. Temmataro was just a little thing about her size. Little runt had a big old staff. I seen it when she came into the foyer. Betcha she stole it from the forbidden chamber after stumbling on the crime scene. And used it to wallop me. But the chamber was closed. The doors were closed. Excuse me. Ignore that face I just made. Oh my god. Still getting a bajillion messages and notifications. Maya sending me Snapchat. I wish she was still here and I could tell her her makeup is gorgeous. Anyway, okay, the doors are closed. That doesn't feel like they're gonna be like, what? But what do you mean? It doesn't show it's locked. The statue. That could be an option. Oh, wait! She didn't have a key because it was in the mayor's stomach.
Objection!
It would seem that Temmataro was, in fact, not this innocent little girl. Oh, how'd you figure that? You claim the Temmataro you saw had one of those staves from the Forbidden Chamber. But it would have been impossible for Miss Temma to get a hold of one. Care to elaborate, Mr. Justice? The mayor swallowed this key shortly after the murder. He wanted to keep the killer out of the Forbidden Chamber. What's this? This key was deep in the mayor's stomach when Miss Temma discovered the crime scene. So you see, it would have been impossible for her to get into the Forbidden Chamber. In short, the Temmataro seen holding that staff could not have been Jinxie Tenma. Ugh. What? I love his little school outfit. Every time I see it, it makes me smile. Anyway, anytime I see it in the wide shots. But then who does the defense believe was impersonating Temmataro? Our Temmataro impersonator is none other than... Hold on, I missed that. What did he say? Our Temmataro impersonator is none other than Mayor Tenma's aide. Okay. Such accusations beg evidence. A Aside from his ghastly appearance, can you prove that he's the yokai we seek? Yes, in fact, I can. Very well then, let's see where the defense is going with this. Mr. Justice, please show us proof to the true identity of Temetaro's impersonator. It's gonna be one of these two? This one, because it was in the chamber. We found this hand cream in the Forbidden Chamber, and we know that whoever was Temetaro took one of the staves out of there. In short, I believe whoever this hand cream belongs to is the yokai impersonator we're looking for. But Mr. Justice, how do you propose to identify the hand cream's owner? I'm glad you asked, Your Honor. The defense requests a fingerprint analysis on this piece of evidence. It might tell us who it belongs to. Interesting. So you expect to find the yokai's prints there. Very well, I hereby call a short recess while we wait for the fingerprint results. No need for that, Your Baldness. We have the prints for everyone at the manor that day. You called Professor Black. Oh, you called Professor. Why do I keep saying Professor? You called Prosecutor Blackwell? Could anyone be more whipped? Apollo! You can't just say that. Oh my god. I'm gonna do that. I mean, he's not wrong. But also, Fulbright, analyze this for prints. You have 3 minutes. Your wish is my command. Very well then. I guess we'll just wait right here. It would seem the fingerprint analysis is complete. What do the results show? What in the world? They're Florent Labelle's prints, aren't they? This is absurd. Prosecutor Blackwell? I'm not going to like this, am I? Don't tell me. They're Temetaro's prints. Fingerprint analysis has revealed that the prints belong to... I'm so scared. Phineas Filch. I'm sorry. What?
Objection!
Wait, what? Then Mr. Labelle wasn't the one who entered the Forbidden Chamber?
Objection!
Why, you tricksy little tanuki. Explain yourself now. Sure, them prints are mine. I mean, I did pilfer the hand cream from Mr. Labelle after all. So you're the one who entered the Forbidden Chamber? So what if I did? Got a problem with it? Yikes! You fool of a tanuki. God, everybody hates this man. Order. Mr. Justice, care to explain what this could mean? Why is that my fucking job? Excellent question. The fact that Mr. Filch was in the Forbidden Chamber... Wait a second. Does this mean that the Temetaro holding that staff was Phineas Filch? Yipes! Another cat out of the bag! Mr. Filch is Temetaro. I didn't expect that one, but he is short. I don't understand. Does this mean Mr. Filch is the real killer? The witness will explain himself this instant. Begging your pardon, Mr. Ownership, but I was just doing what the alderman told me. He wanted me to be Temetaro in the village exorcism ritual. Oh, you mean that event at the Nine Tails Vale Festival? So that was you inside the Temetaro costume? Yup, and after the event I went to watch that pro wrestling program. But it bored me to tears on account of the wrestlers being complete jobbers. So we didn't actually watch the entire wrestling match. That's when I looked at the Temataro costume and got a great idea. Nobody can tell it's me when I'm wearing it. And because of them superstitions, no matter what I do, the villagers won't say a word. In other words, you use the superstitions to effectively render yourself invisible. Why did you want to enter the Forbidden Chamber in the first place? Because of the old treasure there. Thought that was my big chance to sneak on in and nab it. Treasure? Only that's the greatest get-rich-quick chance in the universe. Grandpappy told me all about it. Said there's an amazing treasure in there. He went in there not knowing that his grandfather had already pilfered it. Guess that's one tale that didn't get passed down from grandpappy to grandson. Wait, how exactly did you get into the Forbidden Chamber? There was a meeting in the Fox Chamber that day. Plus, the mayor swallowed the only key that could open the Forbidden Chamber's door. You couldn't have possibly gotten in. I got through the air vent in the foyer. The vent's left of the alderman's picture. I went on in and made a nice little hole. Used that to get into the air duct that leads to the Forbidden Chamber, I did. You what? But how's that even possible? Wait a sec. Remember that air vent in the Forbidden Chamber? So Mr. Filch found a way to get into that air duct. And that's how we got from the foyer vent to the Forbidden Chamber vent? So Tenmataro was nothing more than a cat burglar, or rather a tanuki burglar. And we're back to being without anyone to charge for the alderman's murder. Looks like our so-called yokai is nothing more than one big troublemaker. Tell me, Mr. Filch, what did you do after fleeing to the foyer? Oh, I got out of that costume right quick. Would it just cause trouble at that point? And where is that costume now? Heck if I know. And it ain't my fault if you never find it. The police searched every nook and cranny. No yokai costume was left in that manor. What if it was tossed outside the manor? Ah. Oh my god. No way! But maybe, just maybe. The defense seems to have hit upon an idea. Well, go on, Mr. Justice. Okay, here's what I think. Mr. Filch, did you get rid of the costume here? Out the fucking window?
Take that!
Did you toss it out the window? Because that would certainly explain why it didn't turn up inside the manor. You think I tossed it out the window? That costume cost me a pretty penny. So why would I go do something like that? I could think of a few reasons. Any bright ideas, Apollo? Well, assuming the costume really was tossed out from the window, then the next question would be, what happened to it after that? And if I'm right, I might have just the thing to prove what happened to the costume. Phineas Filch, I have just the evidence for you. You do? This evidence proves you got rid of your Temataro costume through the window. Is it the picture that they just showed us? Do they think I'm that dumb?
Take that!
That's Temataro flying through the sky? And just how does that prove Mr. Filch threw his costume out the window? It's quite simple. That's not Temataro in the photo, it's the costume Mr. Filch threw out. Oh, that's crazy talk. You ain't serious, are ya? There's a steep cliff right outside the foyer window, meaning the manor is pretty high up. The costume flew through the air after it was tossed out. That's when the photo was taken. In other words, the photo of Temataro really was a flight of fancy. What? Yikes! Oh my, so there really never was a yokai. Oh, I can't keep any of them cats bagged. Can I still file a claim for the lost costume? This more than proves the defense's position. Jinxie Tenma had nothing to do with staging the yokai sighting. Care to raise any objections, Prosecutor Blackwell? None whatsoever. I'll deal with that tricksy Tanuki after I've dealt with this case. I just ripped my mic stand out of its socket. Hold on. Shit. Oh god. I was trying to do that. Bring it even closer up to my face. I don't fucking know. I don't know, man. Sorry. Jostling it around. Okay, whatever. Whatever. I'll deal with that tricksy Tanuki after I've dealt with this case. We did it. Good going. Now all we have to do is make Florent LaBelle take the stand.
Objection!
Sheathing the sword a bit early, are we not? Huh? Nothing has been proven beyond a doubt. Take this tricksy little Tanuki, for instance. How do you suppose he was able to exit the Forbidden Chamber? Great question. I'll respond to that in a minute. Probably the same way he got in? Through the chamber's air vent. No, because if he had gone through the air vent, he would have ended out in the foyer and he wouldn't have run through the hallway. He had to run through the hallway for Jinxie to see him. I haven't figured this one out yet. And what of the feathers and tracks at the scene of the crime? They would suggest the Tanuki exited through the chamber door, not the air vent.
Objection!
Excuse me. But the Forbidden Chamber doesn't open from the inside. So what you're saying makes no sense. Right? Someone on the outside opened the door for you. Isn't that right? Yep, that's right, Mr. Blackjack. The door suddenly sprang right open.
Hold it!
I can't get over that that's Apollo's voice. Sprung right open? Who was on the other side? Didn't get a good look on account of the sudden glare. Like how the reflection from my head Judge. What? Like how the reflection from my head blinds fellow moviegoers emerging from the dark. I could have gone 1,000 years and not guess that that was what this man was going to say in response to that. That's when I snatched that staff and made my daring escape. And then that little maid gal spotted me as I hightailed it down the hall. That means the Forbidden Chamber wasn't opened until after the crime was discovered. But wait, we still don't know who opened it. Maybe there really was a third person in the Fox Chamber.
Objection! Well,
You little Tanuki, when the Forbidden Chamber opened, did you see the accused passed out there? Nope, only one there was the alderman, and he was dead as a doornail. If the accused wasn't there, what do you suppose he was up to? Uh-oh, I don't like where this is going. Oh, don't tell me. Plainly, the only one who could have opened the Forbidden Chamber was the accused Damien Tenma.
Hold it!
Wait a second. There had to be someone else besides Mayor Tenma there. Really? And who might that be? Oh, well, that would be...
Objection!
It seems our feisty little lass has forgotten the most important thing. Evidence. I didn't forget. I was just testing your attention to details. Athena, Miss Sykes, you can't prove your point without proof of some sort. It's a proven fact. Sorry. Guess I put my foot in my mouth again. No, Athena, we're definitely onto something here. We are? Think about it. If Filch was stuck inside the Forbidden Chamber, one of the alibis we heard would no longer hold any water. Yes. The defense would like to call a new witness to the stand. Someone who knew Mr. Filch was stuck in the Forbidden Chamber, and by virtue of knowing this, has an alibi that no longer adds up. Ah, not that insufferable. Very well, the court will hear what Mr. Justice has to say. Whose alibi no longer holds up? That fop.
Take that!
Why, that's the defendant's aide, Florent LaBelle. Didn't he claim to be in the foyer at the time of the crime? True, but his alibi also claimed Mr. Filch was in the foyer too. However, as we all know now, Mr. Filch was not there with Mr. LaBelle at the time. In short, Mr. LaBelle's alibi has disappeared. Florent LaBelle's alibi was one big lie. Isn't that right, Mr. Filch? I reckon there ain't no keeping that cat in the bag here neither. It was all Mr. LaBelle's idea. He told me he'd button his lips about me breaking into the Forbidden Chamber. And in return, he said we vouch for each other's alibi. Shame on you, Mr. Filch. Perjury is a serious crime, you know. Aw, shucks. Mercy, Your Honorship, mercy! Ah! I also assert that the person who opened the Forbidden Chamber for Mr. Filch was none other than Florent LaBelle. After all, his alibi has just been proven to be a complete fabrication. I see. We will take a 20-minute recess, after which time we will see what Mr. LaBelle has to say for himself. Yes! We're finally going to drag that slippery snake onto the stand. In the meantime, the prosecution will question Mr. LaBelle about these new allegations. Nice. Nice! Let me respond to this message. I'm just gonna do a heck yeah. I'm so awkward and don't know how to respond to things or be flirty. Anywho, this should be a surprise to no one. We did it, Apollo! We finally dragged Mr. LaBelle into court. Yeah. Hey, why the long face? Who do you think I'm talking to? If I'm trying to maybe be flirty, which I was not at all. Zero flirt. I don't know how to do that. Hey, why the long face? I can't help but feel I'm missing something important. Plus, Prosecutor Blackwell's bound to mount a counterattack. You really are worrywart, aren't you? It'll be fine. That mystery figure who opened the Forbidden Chamber for Mr. Filch had to have been Florent LaBelle. I mean, you got this far. Sure, you got that, Riz. Maybe I do, and I just don't know it. I know, but that's not what's bugging me. I wish I could put my finger on it, though. At any rate, the big showdown with Mr. LaBelle is up next, so chin up, Apollo. Is this dramatic lighting doing anything for me? I'm like sitting sideways tonight. I don't know why I am. I'm like, I don't know what's, I'm just in a mood today, it would seem. My body's doing whatever it feels like. Court is back in session. Our next witness is... Yes, I'm acting on behalf of the mayor in this very important matter. It seems the witness is predisposed at the moment. Surely you jest. I will hold you to your promise, remember that. Oh, my deepest apologies. This is Florent Lebel, personal aide to Mayor Tenma, or should I say, the accused. Ouch. Like the poor mayor hasn't suffered enough. Well, what business do you have with me? I'm a very busy man, so let's make this as brief as possible. Oh, his hair's green today. He looks like the Joker. Why is he... What is this? I'm just realizing. Why did they have to give him... Was his shirt, his suit always purple? Or was it a different color? No, it was purple. Why does he look like the Joker? Your baldness. Right. Mr. Filch's testimony has revealed a hole in your alibi. And for this reason, you are suspected of having some sort of connection with the case at hand. To think I'd be associated with this entirely lurid affair. Well, I'm not, so may I go now? I have very important matters to attend to.
Objection!
I don't think so, Mr. Lebel. Do you realize what a serious crime you've committed? Witness, you are being accused of perjury. This is your chance to clear the air. Fine. The truth is, I faked my alibi for a very good reason. The mayor was obviously the killer, so I created a fake alibi to confuse the matter. You see, as his personal aide, I felt I had to protect him. Sorry. You think this is funny? Without your alibi, you're a suspect too. What were you really doing at the time of the crime? Peeking my mic again, I'm sorry. Peasant. How dare you?
Objection!
Stop stalling and tell the court what you were really doing at the time of the crime.
Silence!
Okay, Blackwell. Enough jabbering. Swords have been drawn. The time for talk is past. Swords? What swords? This is a duel to the death. The fate of the accused rests in our hands. Begone, ye of cowardly heart. Oh, he did it again! The battlefield hath no place for ye. Again? Oh my. Spare me, please. They really gotta get a new manufacturer of these shackles. So much for sturdier shackles. Ah! Those chains hindered my vow that heads would roll this day. This gives keeping your head on in court a whole new meaning. Will the witness please deliver the accused's death knell? You know what I speak of. Of what I speak. What of I speak? Did I say what of I speak? You know of what I speak. Okay. Most certainly. His goose is already cooked. Time to stick a fork in him. Whatever he has to say can't be good. As I told Prosecutor Blackwell during the recess, I rushed right over to the Fox chamber when I heard little Jinxie scream. What? Why are we not doing the testimony right now? Then, drum roll please. I saw Mayor Tenma opening the forbidden chamber doors. But... There you have it. The mystery man who opened the chamber door, as witnessed by one Phineas Filch. It was the accused. There was never any third party. Oh, and that's not all. I heard something quite startling there at the scene of the crime. Startling sounds bad. The mayor, who was barely conscious, muttered this. Forgive me, Jinxie. I killed the alderman. That's right. The mayor actually confessed to the murder right then and there. He confessed. We were trying to keep that little tidbit to ourselves. This fucking Joker-ass bitch. Order in the court. This is quite conclusive testimony if it stands. Just so, and quite astonishing, I might add. I only learned of this fact during the recess. I just love surprises, don't you? That's why I saved the best for last. Consider it a gift from me to you. No way. I don't believe Mr. LaBelle heard the mayor confess. But is this really true? Did Mayor Tenma really confess? It is indeed. During that last recess, I confirmed it with the mayor's daughter. Jinxie! Girl! Would seem Mayor Tenma actually did confess. That testimony is quite favorable for the prosecution's... This is LaBelle. Yes, I called earlier about the party reservations. That's right, and I'll be calling my little shindig Mayor Tenma's Conviction Gala. A splendid time is guaranteed for all but the mayor and his defense. Well, as it seems our witness is a very busy man, let's get right to his testimony. Mr. LaBelle, please tell us what you saw when you came upon the scene of the crime. Excuse me. I was in the hallway, hiding in the shadows. That's when I heard the confession. Upon learning of her father's crime, little Jinxie fled without ever noticing me. Immediately after that, the mayor came to, stood up, and opened the forbidden chamber. Something's already wrong because Jinxie didn't just leave. She went up there. As I ran in terror, the demon emerged from his prison. In shock, I fled down the hallway to my right, to the one with the phone at the end. No. False. All of that was false. I must say, this is a shocking revelation. Quite unexpected. To think the defendant actually confessed then and there to his crime. Perhaps the guilt was too much to bear, so he confided in his daughter. You do realize you should not have withheld this crucial testimony from the court. Once again, sorry. It's just, I feared being accused if I mentioned coming upon that most unpleasant scene. Ugh. Why did the mayor's confession have to be brought up by this guy? We better do something before the judge declares the mayor guilty. As a death row inmate once told me in years gone by, there is a time to fight and a time to yield. A time to live and a time to die. Ugh. He's laying it on real thick now. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Okay. No, that's not what I wanted. Okay. All right. I ran in terror. I fled down the hallway to my right, the one with the phone at the end.
Hold it!
So after you fled into the hallway with the phone at the end, Tenmataro ran off toward the foyer? Precisely! Notice any consistencies, Apollo? Well, Jinxie also saw Tenmataro, right? She did. She said they passed each other in the hall after she made that call to the police. Well, if LaBelle had fled down the hall where that phone is, Jinxie would have seen him when she was returning from making her call. Oh, right. And if she saw him, she would have definitely asked him for help. Right. Just doesn't make any sense. Time to review the evidence. Okay. If we don't find some way to poke a hole in his testimony, Mayor Tenma is as good as guilty. This is bad, very bad. We need to find an inconsistency, a mistake, some kind of conflict. Yeah. Okay, I got it. It's... Okay, what am I presenting? The hallway, maybe? I see. Or the eyewitness account. Oh, wait, it's probably the eyewitness account. Yeah. It's the eyewitness account. Florent LaBelle, you're lying about having witnessed these events from the hallway. What on earth do you mean? Yes, care to fill the rest of us in, Mr. Justice? If Mr. LaBelle had really fled down into the hall with the phone in it, he would have crossed paths with Miss Tenma. What's this? After she discovered the crime scene, she immediately went to call the police. Then, after making her call, she went back to the main hallway, whereupon she encountered the demon yokai. Do you mean the demon yokai, or whatever you want to call it? As for me, I call it Phineas Filch in a Tenma Taro costume. It's very sassy today. The encounter happened right here, where the hallways meet. As for Mr. LaBelle, if he had fled here, feigning escape from the yokai imposter... Why, yes, the two would have crossed paths. Right, except Miss Tenma told us that there was no one else in the hall. In short, Miss Tenma did not see you in the hall because you were never really there. Ugh, my eyes, my beautiful eyes. Huh, not such a fabulous scent now, is it? But Mr. Justice, the witness also states that he heard the mayor confess. If he was lying about hearing the confession from the hall, then where was he when he heard it? Inside the Fox Chamber, where else? But isn't that within the very crime scene? It is, Your Honor, and that means he's not really a witness. Rather, he's the third party I've been alleging this whole time. What? You think I'm the killer? How dare you?
Silence!
Foolish fop. A true man knows when he is beaten. A shield of lies comes to naught before a foe with the sword of truth bared. Prosecutor Blackwell, what are you? I thought we were on the same side. You are mistaken. There are no sides here, save for my cold, steely edge of judgment. You are alone upon this battlefield, with naught but your lies and sickly sweet perfume. Whoa, what just happened? Blackwell's really tearing into him. You've heard the mayor's confession from the inside, did you not, you deviant dandy? For the sole location from which you could have seen and heard the mayor and the Tanuki, without either of them noticing you were right there in the Fox Chamber. Oh my, so that's how it's going to be. Fine, I'll come clean then. Seriously? You admit to being there in the Fox Chamber? I did enter the room after the murder, but I was afraid of being falsely accused, so I lied about it. I feel terrible about lying like that, but it's a verbal cologne I use to protect myself. You'd better explain yourself, Mr. LaBelle. Yes, of course. I was just about to get to that. The witness is skating on thin ice. I'll remind you that perjury is a very serious crime. Now, let's hear your testimony again, this time without your perfume of lies. In the Fox Chamber. I did enter the Fox chamber after the murder, but I didn't enter until after Jixie had heard the confession and left. I heard the mayor groan and hid behind the folding screen there. What I saw there up close, it was absolutely horrifying. So you see, I was there, but I was merely watching from behind the screen. From behind the screen? Why, yes, I believe you wouldn't be spotted if you were there. I'm having a thought, a question. I'll voice it in a sec. Just so. You could see everything without being spotted by the victim or that Tanuki Filch. Suffice to say, he was a mere witness to the events rather than an actual third party. His fucking smirk. This guy's as slippery as an eel. Apollo, you think he's telling the truth? Well, he was in the Fox chamber, so at least that much must be true. The defense may cross-examine our slightly voyeuristic witness. Oh, God. All right. So my question that isn't related to this, but sort of is that this fucking bandana thing, if it was used to hit the alderman, if it was used to hit the mayor in the head, how the fuck did it end up under that tipped over chair? And the statue was like on the other side of the mayor. Like, how did it end up over there? Who did that? I mean, it was LaBelle, but like, how and why and when? 1 second. Oh my god, it would help if I could spell things. Okay, that's my... How the fuck did that happen? Alright. You didn't enter until after the confession. I heard him groan and hid behind the screen. Merely watching from behind the screen.
Hold it!
Wait a second. Why did you hide yourself? Oh my. So you do understand. I do? By hiding, I was concealing my fabulous beauty, which, for the sake of the universe, is something I should never, ever do. That's what you were thinking, right? I'm sensing a black hole of egocentricity forming around the witness stand. We can deliberate his mental process another time. Get on with the testimony, now. Well, regarding the murder scene, alright, that wasn't what I was hoping would happen. This is up close, absolutely horrifying.
Hold it!
Could you describe the crime scene in a bit more detail? And what exactly would you like details about? Well, what I'd like to ask you about is... Filters and tracks, the forbidden chamber, the murder weapon. Filters and tracks, why would he... guess a murder weapon? Or the forbidden chamber? I don't know. Could you describe the state of the weapons that had been used at the scene? The spear had been thrust all the way through Alderman Cuby. Then there was that statue the Alderman used to bludgeon Mayor Tenma. That incredibly inspiring symbol had fallen to the floor. Ah. Oh, right, the statue. But why would he find it inspiring? Why exactly did you find the statue inspiring? Well, when I saw that statue, I felt as if the murder had been realized. It was like a celebration of union between town and village, an inspiring symbol of goodwill. A broken statue next to a bloody corpse? Real inspiring. Well, Mr. Justice, do you consider a statement to be of any importance? Is it important?
Excuse me, princess.
Hello, thank you so much for the follow. Very important. I believe that to be extremely important. I request that it be added to the testimony. All right, I assume we're gonna present the statue. This is the second time since starting that they've shown us the exact evidence we're supposed to present right beforehand. Your lies have officially betrayed you, Mr. LaBelle. What possibly could you mean? You said that this statue was like a celebration of union between town and village. Isn't that correct? I'm dropping shit. I'm a mess. Oh my god, please. Alright, let me. I was trying to do this conspicuously, but I have this little phone standy thing. I'm just trying to feed my charger through it so I can put my phone on it. But I'm incapable of doing things quietly or subtly, because I'm a klutz. It is indeed, but what of it? The two yokai are joining hands in goodwill, as if they were celebrating the municipal murder. Something the matter? So, how did you really know that this statue was meant to be a symbol of goodwill again? What? Justice Dono, explain yourself and make it quick. This statue was meant to symbolize goodwill in its original form, but that was a secret. A secret? Whatever do you mean? What I mean is that it broke when someone used it to strike Mayor Tenma on the head. What's left clearly makes it look like the two yokai are battling it out. Eep. The statue's secret is its true form. The statue's secret and its true form are lost inside that locked room. For Miss Tenma is the only living soul who should know what it once looked like. So, Mr. LaBelle, where could you have possibly seen the statue in its original form? Sorry. What do you mean, where? The only possible answer is this. You saw the statue in its original form. Right there in the room where the alderman was murdered before it was broken. How dare you? Mr. Justice, are you accusing the witness with some sort of crime? Yes. Yes, I am. Florent LaBelle, I accuse you of the murder of Alderman Rex QB. Order, order. Mr. LaBelle, you've been accused of murder. Do you have anything to say in your defense? How could you possibly accuse me, the embodiment of beauty? Way to go, Apollo. This is the conclusive evidence we needed. Magnifico. We've got you now. We know you killed the alderman. Now admit it.
Silence.
Oh, come on, Blackwell. Let him shit his pants and confess. Enough of your silly games, Justice Dono. This prancing peacock could not possibly be the killer.
Objection!
What are you talking about? His alibi has already crumbled to dust. And I just proved that he was in the Fox chamber while it was still locked tight.
Silence.
Why could he have not seen the statue in its true form before the murder? After all, he was close friends with the alderman. Ergo... Yes, that's right. I clearly remember it now. Alderman QB told me about it. About what the statue actually looked like. I mean, he was a good friend of mine.
Objection!
Yeah, right. He wouldn't show you a secret gift just like that.
Silence.
Moreover, it has already been proven that he was not present at the scene of the crime. It has? Forgotten, have we? Recall the little scam statement, if you will. When Jinxie Tenma unlocked the Fox Chamber, she saw the alderman and the mayor collapsed therein, and no one else. Oh, dang it. The fact is, it was you two who made that apparent in yesterday's court session. Thus, Florent LaBelle could not possibly have been in that locked room. No! Guys, it's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. I just don't get it. How could Jinxie have not seen LaBelle? The proof is incontrovertible. No room for debate exists. Let me check something. Okay. It doesn't say it, like a color. Am I not right, your baldness? It does seem awfully conclusive. The facts point to the defendant and victim being the only people in that locked room. Moreover, the defendant has already confessed.
Objection! Silence.
Let me talk! You cannot defend the indefensible. Your role in this charade is over, Justice Dono. But... Your baldness. This trial would last an eternity if we were to keep crossing blades with these simpletons. It is high time you brought down the hammer of justice. A point well made. I believe it's time to declare a verdict. No! This court finds the defendant, Damien Tenma. Fucking hold it! Asshole! Oh, hi! Caw. It would seem that my time is at hand. Mayor Tenma? His voice really hurts my throat. Counselor, there is a matter to which I must testify. I recall that it now only for your good graces. Counselor? Oh, right, he must be me. Has he finally remembered what happened before that blow to his head? Bailiff, don't just stand there, seize him. No good, I can't restrain him. There's nobody there. What do you mean? Caw. Know me in despair, for I am Tenmataro, demon lord of the yokai. Mr. Justice, do something. Since when am I responsible for court security? Apollo, this is our chance. We might get some new information out of him. Your Honor, seeing as our client has something new to say, I believe due process demands that we hear him out, even if he is a yokai. When you put it that way... Still, I believe testimony by a yokai is unprecedented in the legal world. Unprecedented in absurdity, more like. Sir, we took testimony from a fucking parrot. This is goddamn nothing. All right then, Mr. Damien Tenma, or should I say Mr. Tenmataro. Your testimony, please. I shall now speak of recollections most real, courtesy of my host, Damien Tenma. Heed these words, mortals, for hear them but once you shall. Caw. The ruler of demonkind. Barely conscious was Damien there amid the darkness. Suddenly, two yokai did appear. On one side I, Tenmataro, ruler of demonkind, and on the other my mortal enemy, the nine-tailed fox. That was maybe the least helpful testimony we've ever heard. So is the defendant asserting that the room he was in was very dark at the time? Strange as it may be, yes, indeed, all was in darkness. And the part about Tenmataro and the nine-tailed fox being there? Yes, that too. Tenmataro towered overhead, and the nine-tailed fox glittered gold. Aha! I call animal abuse, Your Honor. It would seem the defendant's recollections are not to be trusted. Yes, well, truth be told, my host's recollections are still a bit fuzzy. As if half dreamt. That happening lingers in his mind. Apollo, maybe I can help here. Really? Oh, you mean... Yeah, I can hear it. The discord in his heart. I sense an unusual emotion in the mayor's memory of the event. Okay, I just hope our findings don't come back to haunt us. Again. Widget. Okay. Barely conscious was Damien there amid the darkness. Suddenly, two yokai did appear. One side I, Tenmataro, ruler of demonkind, and on the other, my mortal enemy. Yeah, I think it's gonna be that one.
Got it!
When the nine-tailed fox appeared, you not only experienced shock and sadness, but also something like joy as well. Joy? Perhaps it was joy at the light coming to my eyes at long last. A long and terrible creaking did pierce the silence. And then there was light. On reflection, it was a door that did produce that infernal racket. A creaking door. Oh, you must be talking about the Forbidden Chamber door. It does make a lot of noise. So, this means the Forbidden Chamber really was opened. But what about the sudden light he described? I think I know. He mentioned darkness and Tenmataro towering overhead. Maybe the mayor wasn't really in the Fox Chamber at the time of the crime. Mr. Mayor, did the darkness that you were in happen to be here? Was he in the Forbidden Chamber?
Take that!
The Forbidden Chamber? Was it not the Fox Chamber where the murder did occur? Yes, but it all makes sense if you were in the Forbidden Chamber. That terrible creaking sound was probably the Forbidden Chamber's door opening. And the towering Tenmataro you saw? Most likely the Forbidden Chamber statue. Why, yes, that would explain it. The darkness and the staff in the demon's grasp. But even if that's all true, then what about the nine-tailed fox? Maybe he was seeing things, just like Jinxie and her imaginary yokai. Fantastico, Apollo. It's entirely possible. In a groggy, dreamlike state, people can misremember things at events. Misremember, you say? Let me think. I do believe I remember now. Just a little side note, something I've literally just noticed, like 2 minutes ago. I love that every character has a different text tone, like when their text clicks by. That was not the nine-tailed fox, it was the amazing Ninetales. What? The amazing Ninetales? At first, this is but a dream, I thought. Now, however, I most clearly do recall it. 'Twas the amazing Ninetales who did open the Forbidden Chamber's door. Okay. I hate that face he's making. I'm sorry I asked. The amazing Ninetales? But that was the victim, Alderman QB, right? Yeah, why would he open the Forbidden Chamber? Wasn't he trying to keep it sealed? Never mind that. This is completely new information. Let me enter it and run an update. Okay. New info update. In the darkness, a mighty statue of Temataro loomed overhead. Suddenly, the door did open, and a shaft of light did pierce the gloom. The amazing Ninetales had come to the rescue. Alright, which thing here is not right? Sadness, maybe? Had come to the rescue.
Got it!
When the amazing Ninetales opened the chamber, banishing the darkness within, you felt joy, but didn't you also feel shock and sadness? Yes, in the hazy depths of my mind, I do recall something of that nature. I believe it was the fiend's cape of red, for when I did behold it, a great wave of sadness did inexplicably wash over me. Okay. A cape of red? Apollo, we've reduced the noise level. Oh, but there's still a little left. Mayor Tenma, why were you sad when you saw the red cape? Why indeed? What could this mean? I guess his memory is still a little spotty. I know because his latest recollection contradicts the evidence. Yeah, it's one of those contradictions that slaps you right across the face. Something less obvious could arise. When someone is trying to force a fuzzy memory into a definitive shape. Apollo, I know what you have to do. You need to present evidence that contradicts the image you see. Oh, so it's basically the same as the usual cross-examination process. Is this the evidence? Oh, yeah, I guess that's what I'm gonna have to present. Okay, time to review the evidence. Look out, contradiction. Here comes justice. My goofy little man. The amazing Ninetales had come to the rescue. Wrong, incorrect, you're remembering something badly. You said the amazing Ninetales cape was red. Are you sure about that? Yes, well, I do believe it was a red cape I saw, but... Mayor Tenma, does this cape look red to you? Oh, that certainly does not look red, not even scarlet or crimson either. Nevertheless, upon my liberation, something red did fill my as yet hazy field of view. And I thought to myself, the amazing Ninetales is arrayed in a cape of red. So you mistook that red something for his cape, huh? Apparently so, and remembering it now brings a great sadness upon me. So the red something probably wasn't a cape after all. Maybe the great sadness he mentioned is what's interfering with his memory. Well, he wouldn't have seen the Ninetail. He wouldn't have seen the fox chamber behind the... He would have seen the fox chamber behind the Amazing Ninetales. Why can't I say this sentence? What red object could he have seen there that would have been that shocking? I know. Could it have been... Mr. Mayor, was the red object that you saw this? Girl, I don't know. Blood? Girl, what? I almost...
Take that!
Something red that could produce a deep sadness. Could it be, Mr. Temma, that what you saw was the alderman's blood? Blood? Why, yes, it was blood. Ah! It's all coming back to me now. It wasn't Red Cape that I saw. It was lying behind the Amazing Ninetales, the alderman's bloody body. Oh. So did Hujima What's-It put a mask on, the mask on, and then threw it out the window? His noise level is down to 0. I think he's remembered everything now. Does this mean the Amazing Ninetales kills Alderman QB? But the Alderman was the Amazing Ninetales, so how exactly would that work? Hey, I asked you first. Well, Mr. Justice, you sure know how to make a complicated matter even more complicated. True, but at the time of the crime, our client was in the Forbidden Chamber. Moreover...
Silence!
Hoy, don't you think this strange? The little scamp has already confirmed her father to be in the Fox Chamber. But she said naught about seeing the Amazing Ninetales there. Ugh, you just had to bring that up, didn't you? Jinxie didn't see LaBelle there either. It's so weird. Who really was in that room then? Would the defense care to share any theories with the court? Can you explain the inconsistency between the defendant's testimony and his daughter's? Fucking... I don't know, can I? Girl. I'm gonna say yes, because I feel like that's normally the response. Yes, of course, I can explain it. Because if I don't, we're in serious trouble. Not with more of your bluffs and fairy tales, I trust. Fair warning, Justice Dono. I shall have your head if you fail to explain this. Eep! What about a good old-fashioned penalty? Well, Mr. Justice, let's see if you can have a head worth keeping on your shoulders. If you have a head, not if you can. First of all, Mr. LaBelle was definitely in the Fox Chamber while it was locked. We also know that Mayor Tenma was in the Forbidden Chamber based on his testimony. These two facts are crucial to my explanation. So let us consider the following question. If the facts point to Florent LaBelle and the victim being there at the scene, why did Jinxie see the victim and her father, Mayor Tenma? Did LaBelle disguise himself as the mayor and then give that confession to Jinxie? Pretending to be the mayor? A very good question indeed. And I suppose you have an answer for us. This guy is evil, if that's true. Sadly, you would be supposing wrong. You think she could have mistaken LaBelle for the mayor? Well, if she did, then the question is, why did she do that? Well, how about that explanation, Mr. Justice? I believe the time for questions is over. The defense asserts that Florent LaBelle was at the scene of the crime. However, Jinxie Tenma has testified that she saw her father collapse there. Has in fact misremembered the event. What could have made her do so? Jinxie was confused, he was disguised as Tenma, or she got the rooms mixed up. Did he really fucking... The figure Miss Tenma saw was not her father. It was Florent Labelle disguised as Damien Tenma.
Silence!
That is a complete impossibility. Their faces are utterly unalike. How could you explain that away with a mere disguise? Yes, they both do have incredibly distinctive faces. Maybe the disguise completely hid his face? I think Jinxie would have mentioned if she couldn't see her father's face. If it was that sort of disguise, wouldn't she have removed it? Oh, right. Your sword is as dull as your mind, Justice Dono. Shall I show you what a truly sharp blade is capable of? Who gave this man a weapon? I think I'll pass. Who let this man have a fucking weapon? You couldn't animate him falling over? You can animate Sholmes flailing around, but you can't animate him falling over? Are you okay, Apollo? I'm not fine, am I? Well, now that we have that little fairy tale out of the way, your baldness, your verdict, if you will. Was that wrong? Mr. Justice, I believe it's time for a verdict if you have no further arguments. What's even left for me to do? Apollo, remember what Mr. Wright always says. When you're stuck in a tight spot, turn the case upside down. Turn the case upside down? He does say that, doesn't he? But I don't quite see how it applies here. Still, never hurts to give it a try, I guess. Let's see. Rather than Jinxie didn't remove the disguise, maybe she couldn't remove it. And rather than she didn't tell anyone about the disguise, maybe it was she couldn't talk about it. A wrestler's mask is more precious than his own life. He never unmasked himself in front of others. But there are matches where wrestlers battle for the right to remove each other's masks. To have your mask torn off is the worst humiliation a wrestler could suffer. That's why their masks are more important to them than life itself. And what about the fact that it was the amazing Ninetales who opened the door? A mask that can't be removed in front of others? Can these facts turn things around? I refuse to believe that Labelle is ripped like that. We got it all backwards. Apollo? I think we might have made a huge mistake. Your baldness. I see no need to further indulge them in their silly little farce. The defense has no proof. They never did, and they never will. Then it seems I must announce my verdict.
Objection!
I do have proof. Do you now? All right, but this better be good, Mr. Justice. We can solve the remaining riddles by turning all of our assumptions upside down. Why Jinxie Tenma mistook Mr. Labelle for her father. Why she couldn't remove the costume. Did his eyes just flash? Or tell anyone about it in the first place? These riddles are inextricably linked to Mayor Tenma's secret identity. Is Mayor Tenma actually the amazing Ninetales? A shocking secret identity that will turn the entire premise of this case upside down. This piece of evidence clearly reveals Mayor Tenma's secret identity. But there's white hair inside. But it's gotta be this. It's the thing that we're focusing on right now. What absolute claptrap, poppycock, boulder dash. My man, where are you from? We thought the alderman was the amazing Ninetales, and the mayor was Temitaro. That's why we believe the mayor killed the alderman in his lust for Ninetales Vale. And it was the basis for the prosecution's entire case against our client. However, we got the whole thing backwards. Mayor Tenma wasn't Tenmataro at all. He was the amazing Ninetales. What's this? You'd best explain yourself, Justice Dono. And from where you derived such a far-fetched conclusion. Jinxie no doubt knew the true identity of the amazing Ninetales, but she couldn't tell anyone no matter what. That's why she didn't say it was the amazing Ninetales she saw passed out, even though unbeknownst to her, it was really Florent LaBelle in disguise.
Silence!
The accused and that deceitful dandy are utterly dissimilar in physical build and voice. The little scamp would have seen the difference.
Objection!
She was sleep-deprived and hallucinating. Remember, Mr. LaBelle has his very own brand of cosmetics. Why couldn't he fake a different build, too? And anyone speaking through a mask would naturally sound different.
Silence!
Why did she not simply pull the mask off?
Objection!
Love it when they're objecting back and forth. A masked wrestler disguise is more precious. A masked wrestler's disguise is more precious than life itself. As a huge fan of the Amazing Ninetales, she would never dare unmask him. Ugh. Wah! This case of mistaken identity also explains the riddle of the locked room. By all means, Mr. Justice, answer it for us already. First, Mr. LaBelle entered the room where the mayor and the alderman were talking. I suspect he brought with him coffee laced with some sort of sedative. Once the alderman was out cold, that's when Mr. LaBelle killed him. Next, he took the mayor, who he also drugged, into the Forbidden Chamber. Then he returned to the Fox Chamber, slipped into some of the mayor's spare clothes, and completed the disguise by donning the Amazing Ninetales mask. With his entire charade in place, Mr. LaBelle then let out a scream. Excuse me. The scream that led Jinxie Tenma to the scene. So then the person who said I killed Alderman QB was... Yep, that was Florent LaBelle in disguise. The mayor never actually confessed.
Silence!
This is no more than guesswork and speculation. Now stop your jabbering and...
Objection!
No, you twisted samurai. This time you stop your jabbering and let me finish making my case. Oh, good for you, Apollo. Once Miss Tenma left the scene, Mr. LaBelle, still wearing the mayor's clothes and mask, opened the Forbidden Chamber, so we could drag the mayor back out into the Fox Chamber. Oh, so the Amazing Ninetales the mayor saw was... Right, it was LaBelle opening the Forbidden Chamber. The second time Mr. LaBelle opened the door to the Forbidden Chamber, he happened to catch the thieving Mr. Filch by surprise. Startled, Mr. Filch in his Tenmataro disguise ran as fast as he could away from the room. As he did, he left behind a trail of feathers and tracks, and gave Miss Tenma the scare of her life in the hallway. With no one left to witness the events that had occurred, Mr. LaBelle then proceeded to drag the sleeping mayor back into the Fox Chamber. I see. Well, all that certainly does make sense. Then, after dragging the mayor back into the Fox Chamber, Mr. LaBelle threw the mask out the window and fled the room.
Silence!
For this absurd theory to work, it requires that the defendant be the Amazing Ninetales. However, he was the one pushing for the municipal merger. That such an individual could possibly be the Amazing Ninetales is preposterous.
Objection!
The mayor was blackmailed into pursuing the merger. Miss Tenma's life would have been in danger if he had openly voiced his opposition. That's why he created a secret identity as the Amazing Ninetales. This madness. No one could possibly hatch such an insane plot. No one except a killer as insane as his plot, and I say Florent LaBelle more than qualifies. Foolish mortals, it is at your own peril that you forget who I am. Mayor Tenma, it's okay now. Jinxie will be safe as soon as Mr. LaBelle is arrested. You are the Amazing Ninetales, aren't you? Oh, his hair's changed again. You have quite the active imagination. Mayor Tenma is not the Amazing Ninetales.
Objection!
What do you mean? Well, has the mayor admitted to it yet? But that's just... And even if he did admit to such nonsense, I would reveal the truth behind behind Tenmataro right here and now. What? Why, you would dare reveal the secret? My good friend, the alderman, told me all about it. But it wouldn't be good to expose the truth. What with the superstitions, now would it? The truth behind Tenmataro? What's he talking about? So go say it. Go ahead, say it. Say I am the Amazing Ninetales. I dare you.
Objection!
Wait. Will somebody please explain what's going on here? Mayor Tenma would do anything to keep the secret behind Tenmataro, or the truth behind Tenmataro a secret. A dark, terrible truth that has been kept secret by the village superstitions. And if the mayor admits to being the Amazing Ninetales, you'll expose the truth? Right, I won't have him walking free because of some nonsense you made up. So what now, Justice Dono? Without the mayor's admission, your theory is as useless as you are in battle. I'll show you who's useless. Apollo, don't you dare give up now. I know. Your Honor, I believe Mr. LaBelle's statements warrant a thorough cross-examination. After all, the true identity of the Amazing Ninetales is the cornerstone of this case. You do have a point there. Please answer this court, Mr. LaBelle. Is the defendant the Amazing Ninetales or not? The Amazing Ninetales' true identity. The Amazing Ninetales' true identity is not Mayor Tenma. The mayor would never admit to such utter nonsense. But if he did admit to such nonsense, I will expose the truth behind Tenmataro right here and now. You're literally blackmailing him in a court of law. And that would bring ruin upon Ninetales Vale, just as the superstitions say. Talk about out of the pot and into the fire. At this rate, the mayor will be found guilty for sure. Honestly speaking, if Mayor Damien Tenma is not the Amazing Ninetales, I'm afraid I don't see how the defense has much of a case here. And let's just leave it at that, shall we? We all know Alderman QB was the Amazing Ninetales anyway. I mean, that's how Ninetales Vale made a comeback. The Alderman was just so popular. There's gotta be a hole in that testimony somewhere, but I don't even know where to start. Since we don't have any proof that the mayor is the Amazing Ninetales, then we'll just have to get him to admit it himself. But if he admits it, LaBelle's going to expose the secret behind Tenmataro. Ugh, we're so close, I know it. The defense may cross-examine the witness. Okay. Okay. Not Mayor Tenma. Never admit. That will bring ruin upon the Vale.
Hold it!
Do not gaze upon Tenmataro. Do not tell others if you see him. Isn't that what the village superstitions say? Exactly. Telling others what Tenmataro looks like would reveal the truth. That's why the superstitions were written down in the first place. And ruin coming to the village if you free him? Is that a warning not to expose the truth? Bingo! And that truth is, Tenmataro is a great greed-inspiring fortune. That's what the whole battle over Ninetails Vale is about. Tenmataro is a great fortune? Come to think of it, are they talking about the treasure that got stolen out of there? Only that's the greatest get-rich-quick chance in the universe. Grandpappy told me about it. Said there's an amazing treasure in there. Could Tenmataro actually be the treasure, I assume? Telling the villagers that Tenmataro is a terrifying yokai is what has scared them away from the Forbidden Chamber and the treasure within. That's how the treasure had been kept secret all this time. Well, well, well. It seems our ace attorney here has uncovered the truth, but that must not be revealed. They said the title of the game, guys. Guys, they said the title of the game, guys. Mayor Tenma looks like he wants to keep the truth hidden as much as I do. Tragedy is doomed to repeat itself as long as Tenmataro exists. That's why the secret must be protected. As long as Tenmataro exists, huh? Mr. LaBelle, please add that statement to your testimony. Tragedy is doomed to repeat itself as long as Tenmataro exists. Okay. This thing?
Objection!
This? I know. Mr. LaBelle, what if Tenmataro no longer existed? Revealing the truth would no longer be an issue, would it? If Tenmataro no longer existed? What on earth are you talking about? Oh, apparently you haven't heard. Tenmataro no longer exists. But I guess you didn't get to do a thorough search after the key was taken from you. Because when we searched the Forbidden Chamber, there wasn't any treasure there. Really? Well, maybe you weren't looking in the right place. Sorry, but I have proof that Tenmataro no longer exists. Take a look at this figure. What do we have here? Looks like some sort of creature. I think it just looks like a dude, but sure. We found this in the Forbidden Chamber. It's an Azuki Kozo figure. The great thief Azuki Kozo used to leave them at the scene of his crimes. Are you suggesting that the Tenmataro has been stolen? Yep. Phineas Filch's great-grandfather, a master thief, was the culprit. And by that hideous, moronic caretaker's grandfather, no less. I know! My beautiful golden Tenmataro was... The greed inspired by Tenmataro can no longer bring ruin upon Ninetails Vale. Isn't that right, Mayor Tenma? The root of tragedy would indeed seem to be gone. In fact, I now recall the alderman's revealing the secret to me on the day of our meeting. He must have been speaking of Tenmataro, for he said to me, the gold ingot was gone. The gold ingot? You mean the treasure that is Tenmataro's true form? Recall, if you will, the scroll of the Forbidden Chamber. Tenmataro is the yellowish object shown there. A giant gold ingot that my nomadic ancestors bestowed upon Ninetails Vale. I don't know what they're talking about, but sure. Oh, this scroll. In return for that gold, my ancestors did receive from Ninetails Vale land that would become Tenmatown. But to drive the villagers mad, with greed did the great fortune. Bitter was their greed-fueled battle. It was as if they were possessed. My ancestors' gold became a curse upon their village. A curse of ruin. Thus, it was that the yokai Tenmataro came to be. So, Tenmataro and the village superstitions were merely fairy tales to scare people away. Fairy tale or not, Tenmataro made quite the mess of things.
Yes, indeed, for there is no greater monster than a mortal man's lust for gold.
Well, you know what they say. The love of money is the root of all evil.
My ancestors did bring a terrible thing here to Ninetails Vale. A thing so terrible that Tenmataro, a monster just as terrible, had to be created to keep it a secret. Yet we have not but love for the little village to which we owe our very existence. Tenmatown would never seek to take over Ninetails Vale in a merger. Oh my, that was quite a shocking lesson in history.
Mr. Mayor, now that we know Tenmataro no longer exists, are you ready to admit your secret? You are the amazing Ninetails, aren't you? No, don't do it. Please, no. Begging ain't gonna get you anywhere, fucker.
Begone, you demented demon! Now, where was I? The Golden Lord of Yokai, the amazing Ninetails, is indeed me. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha.
And that means Jinxie. Yes? The man wearing the mayor's clothes who you saw collapse in the fox chamber. Was he wearing the amazing Ninetails mask? Uh-huh. That's what made me think it was Papa. He said he was going to reveal his secret identity to Alderman QB that day, so it really wasn't Papa I saw there, was it?
It was Florent's idea from the start. He advised me to reveal my secret identity to the Alderman.
Yeesh, Rube Goldberg machines have less elaborate setups than LaBelle's scheme.
You may rest easy now, little Jinxie. That monster's deception is through. Caw.
Alright, you can stop with that act now.
The true facts behind this case have finally come to light. Mayor Tenma did not kill Alderman QB, but Florent LaBelle did.
How dare you, peasant! He's having his breakdown.
Silence!
Oh, can you stop it, Blackwell? Oh my god! Even Edgeworth wasn't this bad.
Justice Dono, you should at least have a real blade in your hands if you desire to cross swords with me. Or have you mistaken this battlefield for a training ground?
What's this guy want now? I have the same question, Apollo.
Evidence is like a razor-sharp blade that cuts through bone as though it were butter. But you have only blind guesses, a dull blade incapable of cutting even a cake. He has got you there, Mr. Justice. After all, evidence is everything in a court of law.
But he didn't have any more evidence than I do. Jesus Christ. They're right. Let's see some evidence. Please let the man just confess. Blackwell, just let the man fucking confess. Of course, a perfect being like me wouldn't leave any incriminating evidence behind.
This is the final battle. Just as a samurai must live and die by the sword, you will live or die by the evidence you hold. My swift blade of judgment awaits. Now present your conclusive evidence, or don't you have any? Oh, crud.
Do I have anything conclusive? Do I? I don't know if I do. I assume I do. Is it this stupid hair color?
Evidence? Oh, I have evidence.
You do?
Of course. It's just the conclusive evidence we need, too. Going to finally prove Mayor Tenma is innocent. Here comes justice.
Oh, what is this? Let's review the facts.
The most damning evidence against the mayor was the crime scene itself. The mayor and the victim were the only two people found in the room. Also, we all thought the alderman was killed because he was the amazing Ninetails. But as we now know, of course, we were way off. The amazing Ninetails is really Mayor Damien Tenma. That's why when his daughter Jinxie saw the amazing Ninetails collapse to the scene, she mistook him for her father. Those are the facts as we have revealed. However, Mr. LaBelle asserts that he did not leave any evidence at the scene of the crime, but he didn't say anything about evidence outside the crime scene. Maybe he isn't as clever as he thinks he is. Does any of the evidence found outside the crime scene prove any clues?
Oh god. Yeah, it's one of these. Maybe it's the mask? This was found in the lake? Yeah. It must be... Oh my god, it must be the mask, and the hair is white because of the stupid hairspray.
A clue inside the mask? Oh, I know. The amazing Ninetails mask. It was found washed up along the river. What sort of clue does this mask hold? White hair.
What is this game? I don't know what this little mini game is, but I like it.
What about the hair left in the mask? Who does it belong to? Florent LaBelle. The white hair is LaBelle's. Oh, right. That hair is Florent LaBelle's. Yes, now that's what I call conclusive evidence.
Okay.
Well, Mr. Justice, do you have any conclusive evidence to present to this court? Of course I do. Observe this mask, if you will. That mask? How is that conclusive evidence? It's not the mask itself, but the white hair inside it. We originally thought it belonged to Alderman Rex Cuby. Yes, but the amazing Ninetails, as we now know, is Mayor Tenma, so... That is correct. So the question is, whose hair could this be? And the answer to that is the last person to have worn it before it was discarded. That would be you, Mr. Florent LaBelle.
What are you talking about? I never had hideous white hair like that.
Silence!
It would appear your coup de grace failed to hit its mark. This freakish fop is not the white-haired type, because he's busy being one ludicrously garish color or another.
Objection!
No, Prosecutor Blackwell. It's you who has made a fatal error. What? Remember where this mask was found. It washed up by the side of the river.
With that, his hair is actually white! And it washed the color out!
This last piece of evidence will solve all the remaining riddles. Bam! Boom!
That's...
What is that? I did the wrong voice for him, whatever. This is Mr. LaBelle's own private brand of hair color. It washes out with just water. The court will also recall that the amazing Ninetails mask washed up along the side of the village river with white hair inside. What's this? Are you saying that Prinny Peacock's hair color is? That's exactly what I'm saying. Mr. LaBelle's hair color is a freaky work of fiction. But thanks to the river flowing through Ninetails Vale, we now have a real-life expose. The white hair in this mask is conclusive evidence proving you're the real killer. A DNA test is all we need to prove it, and we both know we'll get a match. Admit it. Florent LaBelle,
I've been calling him Florence the whole time.
You were the one who killed Alderman Rex Cuby.
You peasant! How dare you! Oh, he's gonna melt. It's gonna melt all of it off. Oh God. Oh God, dude. Hello, this is LaBelle. What? The project is off. This is LaBelle. The sponsors have pulled out. LaBelle speaking. I'm fired. You mean I'm no longer Mayor Tenma's aide? Hello, this is LaBelle. What? There's a stratospheric damages claim against me? $100 million? I'm finished, washed up. Stick a fork in me, I'm done.
This is preposterous. I, Simon Blackquill, defeated. Order, order, order in the court.
Try not being an antagonist in a video game, and you won't get defeated. Anyway.
Well, this is quite the unexpected outcome. I must hand it to you, Mr. Justice. You really turned this case on its head, just like that other lawyer, Phoenix Wright.
Wait, that was a compliment, right?
Prosecutor Blackquill, what have you done with Florent LaBelle? The defaced man has withered like a flower without water. One of the officers is currently tending to him with a sprinkler.
Wouldn't that just wash even more of his makeup off?
Allow me to explain the actions of the guilty party in detail. The motive, of course, was to steal the gold ingot known as Tenmataro. However, few are allowed into the manor due to its cultural ties to Ninetails Vale. LaBelle set in motion plans to gain access to the manor and the gold within via the merger. But the efforts of the amazing Ninetails saw those plans come to a halt. And thus, LaBelle murdered the alderman and attempted to pin the blame on Mayor Tenma.
I see.
But what I still can't comprehend is why he would go after the gold in the first place. Mr. LaBelle doesn't look like someone who is in need of financial aid. LaBelle hid his past well, much like he hid his beauty with makeup. He's mired in debt. Debt due to pouring money into a brand only he could love. Which is why he sought the gold with such veracity.
Too bad for him, someone else had gotten to it first anyway.
I see. Very well then. I believe it's time to declare a verdict. This court finds the defendant, Damien Tenma,
not guilty. Oh, they just put them both on the screen. Oh. Thank you so much for the follow. That playing at this moment confused me so bad.
Court is adjourned.
Hell yeah. We done did it, guys. Okay. That was some seriously good lawyering, Apollo. Even I didn't see that coming. Just got lucky, I guess. You banished Tenmataro from Ninetails Vale like you were some kind of exorcist. There's still one thing I don't understand. How come Mr. LaBelle didn't kill Mayor Tenma too? He could have set it up so the mayor murdered the alderman and then died from a counterattack. That would have removed at least one possible fly from the ointment. I was wondering about that too. But I have a hunch LaBelle was biding his time. He was planning on exposing the amazing Ninetails' true identity himself. Huh? But why? Because the mayor was the amazing Ninetails. Had LaBelle succeeded in framing Mayor Tenma for the alderman's murder, the wrestler's popularity would have plummeted once his identity was revealed. Oh, I get it. If the amazing Ninetails was just killed, he'd die a hero. But if he was proven a villain, his fans would abandon him, making the merger that much easier. Right. Then, when the merger was complete and everything cooled down, he'd be able to search the Forbidden Chamber at his leisure. What an insanely intricate plot.
Caw. Most excellent job clearing my name. A feat worthy of the Demon Lord's approval.
Why are you still acting like Tenmataro again?
Let this be of no concern to you.
How could it not concern me? Tenmataro, be gone!
Jinxie, seems like ages since I've laid eyes on you.
Papa, you're finally back!
Yes, it would seem Tenmataro is no match for you. Ha ha ha.
I'm not scared of that silly yokai anymore. Your father's a free man now, Jinxie. Isn't that great? Thank you for all you've done. Seeing you guys in action, it made me feel like I don't have to be afraid anymore. Wait, is Jinxie actually smiling? She's adorable. I love her.
This is all thanks to you two. Too bad the Amazing Ninetales will have to retire, though.
Aw, how come?
Once everyone hears I'm the Amazing Ninetales, my fan base will nosedive. After all, I'm not the most popular of people, another reason for my secret identity. I don't see how I could possibly continue.
I think you've misjudged yourself. Take a look outside.
Say, now that you mention it, what's all that noise out there?
A big crowd gathered outside the courthouse once the news broke. Seems they want to get a glimpse of Mayor Damien Tenma, the man behind the mask, and to root for your return for the wrestling ring.
Rooting? For me? But I thought I was nothing more than a male factor in their eyes.
The only one who really matters is Jinxie. Show her how cool you really are. Yeah, you're the coolest when you're out there fighting in the ring, Papa.
Jinxie. Here, I think you'll be needing this.
Need your... Oh, not auto. Hitting the wrong buttons.
Take that!
Thank you. Now if you would excuse me. I don't want to keep my fans waiting.
Oh god, dude.
Ninetales Vale forever!
Okay. I sure hope they can settle the problems between Tenma and Ninetales Vale.
Me too.
I'm sure they'll be fine. After all, the blackmailer/killer is behind bars and the murder's no longer an issue. Plus, the Amazing Ninetales is obviously still a hit. I suspect Ninetales Vale will be too. And it's all because we believed in our client, just like you said. These anime sections are such a wild addition. I know! They catch me off guard every fucking time. Okay, people. Now that we've got that one in the bag, let's go get something to eat. I'm starving. Sounds good. I've been so nervous I haven't eaten since yesterday. Better keep eating, Apollo, or you might have to start looking up at me. Huh? I'm definitely past my growth phase, and you should be about past yours too. Are you kidding me? I'm just getting started. Ready or not, it's face stuffing time. Keep eating like that, and the only direction you'll grow is sideways. Apollo! Very funny. But I've got a hollow leg. I can eat as much as I want without gaining an ounce. Really? Wow, can't wait to see this. Calories? Huh, just let him try to stick to me. Alright, you two. Let's get going before the old man closes shop. Eldune's Noodles isn't an all-night stand, you know. I'm with Mr. Wright. Let's go. I've been waiting to have a bowl from there ever since Mr. Wright told me about them. Well, what are we waiting for? The noodles are on me today, so I expect some serious eating from you two. Yay! Thanks, boss. I won't let you down. Tina has no idea what she's getting into. Mr. Eldune's noodles are so hot and salty. 2 bowls would kill a man. That was our first case together, and it felt like nothing could bring us down after. Oh my god. And it felt like nothing could bring us down after that. The dark age of the law seemed so distant, so irrelevant to our small, cozy office. But little did I know that it had been lurking all along, right there behind us. The first time it made itself known was during the murder at the Themis Legal Academy. That case would mark the twilight before the dark, cold night that was to come. I wish that was moving a little bit faster, Athena. But it's also auto going through it, so I can't do anything about it. end. Look at him up on top of the building. I would absolutely love to save my progress. Thank you so much for the option. Wow. Yes, next episode. Episode 3, Turnabout Academy. Is this where we meet Clay?
Themis Legal Academy, a prestigious high school with alumni in the highest echelons of the legal world.
What in the dang Ralpa is going on here? Oh. Okay. October 24th. Themis Legal Academy. Oh no, I'm gonna be late! Oh boy, oh god. Whew, finally. So this is it. The illustrious Themis Legal Academy. If I'm saying that word right, this is the place where many distinguished lawyers and prosecutors got their start. When news spread that Mr. Wright had gotten his attorney's badge back, he received a call from the school asking him to pay a visit. Mr. Wright brought us along, hoping we'd learn something from the experience. But no, I had to go and blow it. By getting here 30 minutes late. At least it's not all business today. After all, today's their school festival. God, it's so bright. Justidia's Diner. Prosecute and Classy Cafe. Guilty Dogs. Live. Is Klavier gonna be here? Are we gonna see Apollo's boyfriend? Who is texting me? Wow, this place has school festivals written, has school festival written all over it, literally. But why all the cold stares? Is it because everyone's in a school uniform except me? Well, I like the way I dress. Wonder where Mr. Wright and Apollo are. Your attention, please. This is an announcement from the Mock Trial Committee. The mock trial will begin shortly. All students and faculty, please proceed at once to the lecture hall. Thank you. Like my announcer voice. Sounds like a mock trial is about to start. Very perceptive, Athena. But where is this lecture hall? Looks like all the students and faculty are heading that way. Might as well join them. Maybe I'll find Mr. Wright and Apollo there. This must be the lecture hall. Wow, they spent some serious money on this place. The district court can't even compete. Yeah, what the fuck? Hey, Athena, over here. There they are. There's my boys. Oh, Mr. Wright, Apollo. I've been looking for you two. I'm so sorry I'm late. It's okay. Sorry we couldn't wait for you. But we didn't want to be late for our meeting. Lucky for you, the person we're supposed to meet also seems to be running late. Mr. Wright? Mr. Justice. It seems Professor Court has yet to arrive. Oh. Hello? How unprofessional of her to keep visitors to our esteemed institution waiting like this. Who the fuck is this? I shall make her right. I will not. Oh, who do we have here? Oh, right. You haven't been introduced yet. I wish our schools did bid festivals and stuff. I know. I wish. We did like field day. And like, you know, in college we did some things. Like clubs put on like events. But yeah, he does look like a statue. I was thinking Zeus, but David works. He looks like a weird depiction of Zeus. Yes, you must be the young lady Mr. Wright was telling me about. I am... His name is Aristotle.
Aristotle means a professor at this hallowed hall of learning. Ace Attorney and its naming conventions. I oversee the laws course here, the lawyer course here.
The lawyer course? But this is a legal academy. Aren't they all lawyer courses? What do you mean a lawyer course? What the fuck is a lawyer course?
It's a pleasure to meet you.
I'm Athena Sykes. I just recently got my attorney's badge myself. It's nice to meet you too.
How meaningful, so vigorous and vivacious. You just earned yourself a gold star.
No. Wow, thanks. That big smile of his is kind of scary though. No, I don't like that at all. Wow. That made me very uncomfortable. Looks like the mock trial's about to begin. What are we going to do about our meeting? Oh, speaking of the mock trial, do either of you know what it's about?
Oh, but I thought we had sent a pamphlet to your office.
Right, the pamphlet. Whatever happened to that? You won't be seeing it again. Trucy used it for the old rip it up and restore it trick. Unfortunately, it didn't work as advertised. Phoenix's face.
Well, it seems I better explain the situation then.
Thank you, Professor. Okay. I don't. Phoenix's face.
Now, does anyone have any questions?
I do, Professor. Could you tell me about all about your school?
What an excellent question. Here's a gold star for asking.
No. Oh, thank God. I didn't smile this time.
Our academy has 3 courses to choose from. What?
Do you mean...
Students seeking to be lawyers take the lawyer course.
Okay, so they mean like majors by course.
Likewise, budding prosecutors take the prosecutor course, and future judges the judge course.
I'm not a lawyer, but I'm pretty confident that this is not how law school works. What do you mean? Also, isn't lawyer the term, and then there's prosecutors and defense like attorney, and I thought attorney and lawyer were like the same thing. Am I crazy? Do I know nothing about the legal system? I have to look. Hold on. I need to get Alpha this bright ass screen before I Google this. Wow, you have everything here for someone who wants to seriously pursue a career in law.
Yes, well, that's what makes our school special, and today even more so. Also, judges were lawyers at some point. After all, we're to be treated to a lecture by the legendary attorney Phoenix Wright. We can't wait to hear all about his return to the legal profession.
Okay, it's slightly less bright. I need to Google this. I can't handle. Lawyer versus attorney. Lawyers graduated from a law school but did not necessarily use their law degree to practice in court. An attorney was a person who was educated in the law and also licensed to practice in a courtroom. Okay. But then attorneys include prosecutors and defense lawyers. Like, it's a prosecuting attorney and a defense attorney. So the lawyer course makes sense, but it does not make sense that there's a lawyer course and then a prosecutor course and a judge course, but there's not a defense attorney course. And then wouldn't the prosecutors and the defense attorneys are gonna learn the same shit. They're gonna just learn the law. And the same thing as the lawyers, but they're both also gonna get a little extra course in courtroom, like license. I'm losing my mind. This feels like an insane thing to just make up for the lore of these games. Okay, I'm focusing on this too much, apparently. Nobody else is thinking as deeply about this as I am. This doesn't make any fucking sense. Yeah, well, I'm just giving them what they want. Okay. I'm losing my mind. Did you even know you were meant to be giving a lecture here today? Yeah, sort of, but I came early because I was supposed to have a meeting with the head of the judge course, Constance Court. Hey, Phoenix, unfortunately we watched that girl get murdered. That woman get murdered. So I don't think you're having that meeting. It's been a whirlwind of a morning. Let's leave it at that. Professor Court. She is a wonderful instructor, but quite unpunctual. Oh, so that's who's late. From what I've heard, our esteemed Mr. Wright here is scheduled to hold a training seminar tomorrow, in addition to today's lecture. A training seminar? For lawyers? What exactly does that involve? Why, it involves various skills that make a lawyer. Stop making that face. The arm angle when shouting objection. The proper way to strike the podium. What the fuck? How to project one's voice. And most importantly, how to bluff your way to victory. Huh? Who exactly do you want me to teach stuff like that to again? What a wonderful question. You just earned yourself a gold star. No, I don't want a gold star. The great honor of taking a seminar by a famous lawyer and a famous prosecutor. That is what is at stake in this mock trial, the crown jewel of the school festival. Is Edgeworth gonna be here? Or is Klavier gonna be here? The mock trial in question is a prestigious event that every student aspires to win. The top student in the lawyer course and the top student in the prosecutor course face off in a simulated court case set off in this very school. As for the case itself, we select the best script written by a judge course student and base our case on that. Oh, a one-on-one battle! How thrilling! Please stop making that fucking face! So if the student studying to be a lawyer wins, they get to take my training seminar? But if the other student wins, I'm not a prosecutor, so... There's no cause for alarm. We have a famous prosecutor ready for just such a case. But exactly who it is, well, that is a special surprise. It's either Phoenix's boyfriend or Apollo's boyfriend. A famous prosecutor? No, it can't be. Professor Means, forgive me for interrupting you and your guests. Oh, okay. Forgive me for interrupting you and your guests. I'm Juniper Woods, a senior in the judge course. Professor, the trial will begin shortly. Please, since you'll be delivering the pre-trial speech, would you mind waiting up in the balcony until we're ready for you? My, how very organized you are, Juniper. You just earned yourself a gold star, too. But what about Professor Court? Well, I suppose she'll eventually arrive. Is this a different Juniper than our Juniper? No, this is... Okay, this is our friend, Juniper. When is this taking place? In relation to the first case? Now then, I trust you will look after our visitors, Juniper. Yes, of course, Professor Means. Juniper? Juniper Woods? Is that you? Athena? I almost didn't recognize you. I didn't know you were back from Europe. Don't they even let prosecutors tag out with defense attorneys? When they... Yeah, when they're in the hospital after falling off a burning bridge. They could just pretend. Just give each other their buttons. Anyway. Wait, you know each other? Now that's a coincidence. So this is still before the first case. What the fuck is going on? We've known each other since we were kids. We're like best friends, right, Junie? Yes. Well, we lived close to each other, so we used to play in the forest together. Yeah, like a lot. Why won't she look at me? I guess I shouldn't be surprised, since we haven't seen each other in a long time. Anyway, we're supposed to go wait in the waiting room, right? Not that I wouldn't mind taking in the mock trial you're putting on today. Unfortunately, the mock trial is only for students and faculty. There is one seat reserved for Mr. Wright, but no other exceptions are allowed.
Yes, I'm very sorry, but it is part of the student curriculum after all. I hope you won't mind remaining in the waiting room until the trial concludes.
Oh, that's too bad. I was hoping to learn something new today. I'll tell you what, Apollo. Why don't you take my place?
What? Really?
Sure. Besides, I'd like to meet with Professor Court as soon as she gets here. Oh, no fair. I want to see the mock trial too. Sorry, I'm going to let Apollo pull what little rank he has. Pull what little rank he has, if that's okay with Professor Means.
But of course, Mr. Wright, if that is what you wish.
This man's the murderer. It's settled then. We'll expect a full and detailed report, Apollo, so pay attention. Being a new kid sure stinks. If you would please follow me, I'll escort you down to the waiting room on the first floor. I didn't recognize that this was Jinxie. When I saw her in the cutscene and I saw the sunflower, I was like, doesn't Jinxie wear a sunflower? But she looks completely different. Like a Dahlia versus Iris situation. Still no Professor Court. It's been over 30 minutes. And Mr. Wright's snoozing away on the sofa. This is so boring. I should have hidden in the lecture hall and spied on the mock trial. Eek! What was that? Athena, I could have sworn I just heard something fall down and break. If you go running now, they'll think it was you. Well, it wasn't me. I think it came from somewhere outside. Oh, well, we better go have a look, seeing as everyone else is in the lecture hall. Okay. Dead body. Oh, yep. Is this stage for some sort of concert? Kind of reminds me of a courtroom. What is it? The blue on one side and the pink on the other. Is this supposed to be... Were these like statues? Is this supposed to be Edgeworth? I'm sorry. Wait, Athena, behind the witness stand. What? Oh, Jesus Christ. Is that an arrow? And her wrists were bound? Professor Court, can you hear me? Professor! Wait, that's who we're supposed to be meeting with you? Or with? Looks like our meeting's been canceled for us. Or has been canceled for us. Yeah, what the actual fuck? No way! This can't be real! Phoenix, not now! I know, it's not the time for puns. Those have to be statues of Phoenix and Edgeworth, right? I'll call the police. Or I called the police. They should be here soon. I'll go tell everyone in the lecture hall too. No, wait. They'll find out soon enough once the police get here. Let's do our own crime scene investigation before it gets too crowded around here. Huh? Are we even allowed to do that? It's no big deal as long as we leave it exactly like we found it. Plus... No, never mind. Anyway, we should look around while the scene's still fresh. What were you gonna say, Phoenix? But... Okay, you're the boss. Alright. I want to look at this shit. We should start by setting the body. I wonder what's the best angle for this. Okay. What is that? Or maybe it's Klavier. No, with that belt, that's Klavier. Mm-hmm. The belt peeking out and the little bit of tummy. Yeah, that was Klavier. Ugh, I guess I really do have to examine the body. Well, guess I'd better get used to stuff like this if I want to be a full-fledged lawyer. What do we have here? A book? I'm guessing it fell out of her chest pocket. Wait, what if it's her diary? That's the most private thing a girl has. True, but considering the situation at hand, my apologies to the late Professor Court. No, don't! 22nd, routine report. Need to speak with Hugh O'Connor. 23rd, meet with Hugh about that report yesterday. Important. 24th, 9 a.m., prep for mock trial, final confirmation. 1 p.m., meet with Mr. Wright about training seminar. 2 p.m., mock trial begins. Looks more like a planner than a diary. Every page seems to have the same sword mark printed on it. Still, I think a girl deserves her privacy, but this may help us solve the case. Okay. Notice anything strange about the body? Take a deep breath and then take a good look. Well, now that you mention it, there's no blood around it. Yet the victim's body is cold and rigor mortis has already started to dissipate. It would appear that quite some time has passed since Professor Court was murdered. Thing is, the quad was packed with students up until the start of the mock trial. Wait, then doesn't that mean she was killed at a different location? Oh, I know! The killer moved the body here while everyone was in the lecture hall. That's a definite possibility. Notice anything else? Her arms are raised over her head and there are dark bruises around her wrists. Yeah, the professor was probably tied up with something. Eventually her wrists were unbound and as she reached up to stretch, she was killed? Actually, I'm not so sure about this theory. Well, there's not exactly a lot to go on. Ugh. There's an arrow stuck in her side. Gunshot wounds and stab wounds are pretty common, but arrow wounds? This is a homicide, any way you slice it. In other words, we have a murder on our hands. Murder? Here? So that makes this arrow the murder weapon. Well, that and the bow that shot it. Right, but where could the killer have shot her from? The stage is a sea of obstructions. I'm no expert on archery, but it can't be easy to hit a target with this much stuff around. Would it be possible to kill somebody by stabbing them with an arrow? I'm not sure. Guess we better do some more investigating before jumping to conclusions. Stained with blood. God. I think that's about all we're going to find out from the body for now. Nice work, Athena. Your face only turned 5 shades of pale. I was expecting 50. We should probably take a picture of the crime scene just in case. Okay, I'm on it. Say cheese. Really, Athena? Cheese? I thought I was the one with the twisted sense of humor. I think that should do it. Did this come out at the same time as 50 Shades of Grey? I don't know. I don't know when this game came out. Alright, let's take a better look around the area while we wait for the police to arrive. This pile of rubble sticks out like a sore thumb. Looks like broken pottery or plaster. Maybe this is the source of that noise we heard. There were supposedly 2 statues on the stage. I seem to recall hearing that a co-ed from the Fine Arts Club had made them. There were 2? Then that thing over there is the remains of another statue? This could be related to the case. Let's take a closer look. There's something buried in the rubble. The Themis Herald? Wait, we shouldn't disturb it. Let's just read what we can. Pending declaration of love rocks campus. Final act in torrid love triangle centered on campus she-devil Juniper Woods. What the fuck? Level-headed lawyer course genius and hot-blooded prosecutor course student will go head-to-head in a mock trial battle for the she-devil's black heart. Hugh O'Connor has declared that he will confess to her if he wins. What the fuck? Wait, what? I seriously wish I hadn't read that. You find that more shocking than discovering a murder victim's body? But we're talking about my friend Junie here. She'd never lead guys on like that. Athena, you don't believe everything you read, do you? This article is clearly written with malicious intent. I'm not buying a word of it. You're right, but it's still disturbing, even if it's a third-rate tabloid material. That is Klavier's belt, 100%. Wonder what this statue was of. Whatever it was a reddish purple in color. When Apollo and I first got here, both statues were already here, but they were covered up. I bet they were waiting to unveil them when the school festival moved here to the stage. You mean this duffel bag looking thing was actually being used to cover the statue? Guess that just leaves the question, were they broken by accident or on purpose? What a puzzle this is. Mr. Wright, Athena! Oh, here comes Apollo. I've never seen anyone move so fast. Listen, something big's happened. I was at the mock trial when the police announced a body had been found on campus. That's right, and we're the ones who phoned it in. We found Professor Court dead behind the witness stand over there. What? Can you show me? Apollo would absolutely recognize that belt and little tummy. Absolutely. What the? I've already had a quick look at the body. It's definitely a homicide. Once the police get here... No, I know it's a homicide. I'm shocked because it's the same. Exactly the same. Whoa there, Apollo. Take a deep breath and explain what you mean. Is this going to be one of Apollo's, 400 backstories? It's the same. The body, that is. It's just like how it was in the mock trial. Oh. What? It's like the mock trial? I know, it sounds crazy, but... The body's location and position, the murder weapon, the lack of pooling blood... It's all exactly like the mock trial. You're kidding, right? Can't really all be the same, can it? Oh. The whole school's in an uproar. There won't be any more classes today. Murder on campus. That's the last thing I expected at a legal academy. I'll go to tell Professor Means what we observed when we discovered the body. You two wait here until you're spoken with by the police, or until you've spoken with the police. Yes, boss. Ugh. Can't believe this is happening. I can't believe we have to wait around here. I can't stay still at times like these. What did they do to my boyfriend? I hope Junie hasn't fainted from the shock of this whole thing. Athena. There you are. Junie, I'm glad to see you. I was worried that... Don't worry about me. I am student council president after all. I need to be strong. Student council president? Wow, I'm impressed. She's really changed. She used to be kind of sickly and shy. Juniper, was it? Mind if we ask you a few questions? Yeah, we're stuck here waiting for the police. There's really not much to do. Sure, what would you like to know? Let's chat. I haven't seen you in ages, Junie. What's it been, 7 years or so? Why is everything in these games 7 years? Yes, I remember how you were always there for me, Athena. Maybe it's just me, but I wanted to ask why you seem so distant. Remember how you used to call me Thena? I liked it better that way. Felt like we were sisters, you know? Yes, but I'm student council president now. And as a student representative of Themis Legal Academy, I have to act properly. She was never this stiff and formal before. I knew you wanted to be a judge, but I didn't expect this. It's such a prestigious school, and you're in the judge course to boot. Yes, and Professor Court had been in charge of it until, well, you know. Oh, right. Professor Court was the professor in charge of Junie's course. Constance Court. What sort of teacher was Professor Court? If I had to sum her up in a single word, I'd say she was amazing. A judge must always seek the truth. That was her mantra, and she used it in trying to fix what was wrong with our school. She was a beacon of hope in this dark age of the law. What's wrong with your school? What did you mean by that? Oh, nothing. Never mind. Am I imagining things, or did I just detect something in Junie's voice? Professor Court chose my script for the mock trial. Oh, you mean all the students in the judge course had to submit a script? And yours was the one she selected? Wow, that's amazing, Junie. Oh, thank you, but now Professor Court is... Who would do such a thing? Just yesterday we were working together, trying to get things ready. Excuse me. Are you alright, Junie? Maybe you should take it easy for a while. So she's still got that cough. Guess she's not as strong as she pretends to be. Why do you need a script in a showdown between a lawyer and a prosecutor? Well, we were simulating a trial, so we needed a script as a framework. All the details about the incident and the people involved are included in the script. We also prepared a crime scene, photos, a murder weapon, and other kinds of evidence. Wow, you guys think of everything. Must be hard to get all that ready. Yes, well, it was only Professor Court and I. After all, we didn't want the script or other elements of the mock trial to get leaked. We were the only ones in the entire school who knew all the details. Must have been a big pain in the... it must have been really difficult. I wrote the script so that the case could go either way. Excuse me. That way, the defense and the prosecution both had an equal chance of winning. If you think that's all she's capable of, you've got another thing coming. Huh? Who said that? Oh, hello. Juniper's genius doesn't stop at her brilliant script.
Yeah! She gave an award-winning performance as the defendant, man!
I think I found a rival to my Cords of Steel. Hugh, Robin, aren't you going to introduce yourselves to our guests? As student council president, I won't have you treating them rudely.
You're right. I heard Mr. Wright was bringing a couple of guests with him. That would be you two? Apollo Justice and Athena Sykes.
Yep, I'm Athena Sykes.
And I'm Apollo Justice. Nice to meet you. I'll pass on the handshake. I'm studying to be a lawyer. The name's Hugh O'Connor. But some call me Mr. Perfect because I never score less than 100% on tests.
I don't like this guy. What the fuck is he carrying with him? Ugh, most pretentious introduction ever. And what's with his hand? Is it glued to the inside of his pocket or what? Yeesh.
Let me be the first to apologize for Hugh's totally rude introduction. Sorry! Now, here's my intro. I'm Robin Newman. I'm starting to be a prosecutor, like the really cool kind that nails the bad guys. No! Where's the sincerity?
So he makes pottery too? And what's that brace-like contraption for? Junie sure has made some unusual friends. These two were the lawyer and prosecutor in today's mock trial. And even though I wrote the script, I also played the part of the defendant. Final act in torrid love triangle centered on campus she-devil Juniper Woods. Level-headed lawyer course genius and hot-blooded prosecutor course student will go head-to-head in a mock trial battle for the she-devil's black heart. Wait, these two are the guys who supposedly have a thing for Junie?
Juniper, come on, your role's way beyond just that.
That's right, the mock trial's just the start. She's also in the school festival's main event. Live on stage, Juniper Woods, and the crowd goes bananas. Wow! I don't know what to do with that guy. I'm supposed to sing at the school festival. All the other girls were too embarrassed to try out, so... My Junie singing? On stage in front of people? Wow, she really has changed. I was responsible for making everyone's stage costumes. Oh, that's like La Miroir. Whatever her name was. Fucking Apollo's mom. And this is what I'll be wearing. I'm having flashbacks. constellations glow through the fabric. That's amazing, Junie. Then again, you were always good at that kind of thing. These constellations in particular are really something. Oh, thank you. One of my favorite things to do is look up at the stars in the middle of the forest. Huh, so you're a fan of the night sky then? Well, Paulo, didn't know you were such a romantic. It's not like that. I have this friend, and he and I go way back, who got me really interested in space. Wait, you had friends when you were young? Color me surprised. Rude. As student council president, I cannot allow such mean-spirited teasing to continue. Eep. I think she's angry. Stage costume added to the court record. If she's dressing as La Miroir and Klavier is here, he's gonna have some unfortunate flashbacks. The costumes were no problem, but as for singing, I'm not sure No, you can do it! That's right, and anyone who says otherwise will have to answer to me. I don't like either of these guys. It's like a chivalrous love triangle. A damsel in distress and two knights in shining armor. Maybe that Themis Herald article wasn't too far from the truth. Speaking of the latest news, I wonder how that mock trial turned out. So, how did the mock trial end? We were just about to reach a verdict when the police arrived. Now we'll never know how it would have turned out. I guess that's what happens when there's a real murder during a fake murder trial. It ended right before the verdict? Talk about bad timing. I was this close, man! I bet I would have won! I bet the defense wasn't doing too badly either, right? Zen and the art of mastering the bar exam. We'll settle this some other time, and I assure you I will win when that time comes. Like, I'm gonna let that happen. I don't think so. I hope they don't end up hurting each other. One sec. I need to... Oh no. I think this is the case where Apollo says some transphobic shit. Oh, don't worry. The three of us have been good friends since we enrolled here. We even have proof of our friendship. Proof? Like physical evidence proof? Yes, we're studying for a career in law, and in the legal world, evidence is everything. Yeah, as long as our friendship lasts, you can bet we'll be carrying them around. The famed Themis Legal Academy ingenuity at work. So, what exactly is this proof of friendship anyway? Well, it's a secret, and if I show you, it would be bad luck. Oh, okay. I knew it. There's definitely some discord in Junie's voice. Our friendship is sacred and inviolable? Inviolable? I don't know what that word is. It's not something to be put cheaply on display. Proof? We don't need no stinking proof. Us three friends are friends forever. Us three are friends forever. I really can't read. I can hear discord in their voices too. But they're talking about their friendship. What's going on here? Something wrong, Athena? No, it's nothing. Oh. All right then. Hey, isn't that... Everyone stay right where you are. Don't move a muscle. It's gotta be Fulbright, yeah. Why did they replace Gumshoe with this guy? Detective Fulbright, is something wrong? Why, if it isn't my little lawyer friend. Sorry, but the small talk will have to wait. Juniper Woods, you're under arrest for the murder of Constance Court. What? Wait a second, what's going on here? Why are you arresting Junie? Please, Detective Fulbright, we're involved in this case too. Haha, so you're the lawyers the dispatch said were first on the scene. I can't tell you everything, but I will say this. There are two major reasons for her arrest.
Number 1. The suspect led somebody to where the body was.
I didn't.
Number 2. The crime scene is exactly how the suspect portrayed it in her script.
But you can't arrest her on just those grounds.
True, but there's more. However, Prosecutor Blackwell specifically told me to say no more than that.
So Blackwell's the prosecuting attorney on this one too?
Detective Fulbright, we found this in the suspect's pocket. Why, there's blood on it.
That's evidence we made for the mock trial.
A mock trial? Never heard of such a thing, but it sounds fishy to me. Real fishy.
Do they not like our dumb boy?
Now if you would, officers.
Yes, sir. They're not like our dumb boy. I've forgotten what we were talking about. Which dumb boy? But Junie, I have to do something. I can't let them take her away like this. Cop guy. Oh, Gumshoe. Yes. Okay, I picked the thread back up. Yeah, I don't think Gumshoe is in any other game. Like, he wasn't in Apollo Justice. Unless I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure he was not in Apollo. I don't think he's in these two. He just vanishes after investigations too.
Now if you'll excuse me, I have work to do.
Maybe he got moved to not homicide.
Hold it! I refuse to believe that she's the killer! Junie! I've decided. I'm going to defend you. I'll fight with everything I've got. Athena. Junie, it's good to hear you say that name again.
So sweet. Anybody who doesn't like Athena is weak.
Hate to interrupt your bonding time, but aren't you rather new to all this? You're barely even a lawyer.
Well, I don't have much experience, and I may need Apollo and Mr. Wright's help at times. But nobody believes in Junie as much as I do.
I'll help you too, Juniper. There's no way you murdered your professor.
Athena, Apollo, thank you, you both. Thank you both. I'm counting on you. We've got your back, Junie.
Guess things worked out after all. Now that you have your lawyers, Miss Woods, it's time for us to head back to the station.
I can't believe Junie's been arrested for murder. And I can't believe I accepted her case without asking Mr. Wright.
Take a deep breath and relax, Athena. I'm here to help with whatever you need. So let's get right on the case.
Right.
I won't have this case left in the hands of rank amateurs. If anyone's going to solve this case, it'll be me. Time to investigate.
All right, weirdo. Why, that smug little... He hasn't even finished law school.
You! That was totally rude! And you're not the only one in this case, man. I'm in it too, big time. Jennifer Woods, I'm gonna save you.
Yeah, rank amateurs is a choice from two actual lawyers / attorneys versus a baby, a child. Now that those two are gone, let's get back to what I was talking about in front of the stage. About the mock trial, that is. Oh, right. You said the victim's location, position, and so on were just like in the script. Exactly, but without the script or any props, it's kind of hard to explain. Perhaps... Perhaps I could help, Air Forehead. There he is! Prosecutor Gavin, what are you doing here? You two seem to know each other. Is someone going to introduce me? Why, I do believe we have a fresh face here. Greetings, Fraulein. I am Klavier Gavin. Some know me as a prosecutor, but I'm most famous for my former rock band. I haven't met him, and I thought it was going to be Francisca. Oh, no. This is the, what's it called? This is the prosecutor from the last game, from Apollo Justice. And Apollo and him are in love. If it isn't Senor Snowplow. We were quite popular, you know, but regrettably the band went kaput. He is very cute. I love him. And I will not hold it against him that he's Kristoff's brother. Perhaps you've heard us, the Governors. I was the lead vocalist. Never heard of your band. Then again, I was out of the country till only recently. But, can I get your autograph? Look at his little tummies. His 3D model does look really good. You just met him like 3 seconds ago and you want his autograph? Forgive me, Fraulein, but I've retired from the music biz. But I'd be happy to offer my autograph as a rock star prosecutor, Klavier Gavin. Oh, okay, that one then. She's a lively one, eh, our forehead? Didn't know she was your type. She's not. I can't handle Apollo's face. She's the newest member of the Write Anything agency, that's all. Nice to meet you. I'm Athena Sykes. A pleasure to meet you too, Athena Sykes. Now that the intros are out of the way, I'm sure you have some questions for me, yeah, Air Forehead? Yes. Look at him! I don't know why this is getting me. But I just love him. I don't know what's wrong with me. So, what are you doing here, Professor Gavin? I'm here for the same reason as your boss. To give a lecture and a training seminar. So he's the famous prosecutor they invited. And I have another crucial role to play. The Gaviners are getting back together for a one-time special performance. Even though you guys disbanded, which was a shame, by the way, really. Oh, you're saying something nice to him, Apollo? Yeah, I know how you adored our music, Air Forehead. He did not like their music. Anyway, I studied abroad in Germany to get my badge early, but I did graduate from here. Wait, so that performance Junie mentioned. I see you've already heard about that. One student representative was selected to sing with us on stage. I hope this was the voice I gave him last game. I don't remember what it was. And the stage was supposed to look like this tomorrow. It is Phoenix and Klavier. Oh my god! 2 big banners and a pair of wicked statues. This is just an illustration, but it's not half bad. Wicked statues? Wait, are those supposed to be you and Mr. Wright? Bingo, Fraulein. And they were so big and magnificent too. What a terrible waste. The worst part of this whole thing is my long-awaited reunion with my mentor never came to pass. Wait, don't tell me your mentor was Professor Court. She was the one who taught me how to think about the law. Everybody's mentors are dying. That's just a theme. Which means Phoenix is not safe anyway. As soon as it came out of my mouth, I had a dangerous thought. So Constance Court was your professor here at the academy. She may have taught the judge course, but she had a huge impact on me. Look at his little pout. He's so cute. She was fond of saying, the end is only justified through proper means. I'm trying to scooch in more, and I'm already as scooched in as I can be. Why is my body going to do this? Everybody stretch if you haven't in a while. And drink some water. She wouldn't tolerate dishonesty and always revered what was right beyond all else. I can feel Professor Gavin's sadness. Oh no, I think I'm gonna cry. Athena, are you tearing up? Though I can't blame you. Prosecutor Gavin owes a lot of who he is to Professor Court.
Exactly. So as you can see, we're both joined in purpose, so to speak, yeah? Now, let's rock this place hard.
Is he gonna do a guitar riff?
Huh? I don't follow. Let's rock what?
Forget already, Air Forehead. I said I'd help you explain the mock trial. We're going to reprise it here in the lecture hall. It might help us catch your killer. All right, my man. The leaning forward, I can't handle. Oh my god! All rise! What are we doing? What is this? This is my fan fiction! Oh my god! Wait a minute! This is that fan fiction I sent you, Cody! They do a mock trial in it! And it's Apollo versus Klavier! I can't handle because it looks like he's leading him to kiss Apollo. That's absolutely, you are correct. I'm not okay. Right, the stage is set, and you, Air Forehead, ready to rock? No, the defense is not ready to rock. You saw the actual mock trial earlier, right? Just relax, you'll do fine. Besides, we have the script right here. Judy's masterpiece? The one everyone's been talking about? Yeah, there's only one in existence. I borrowed it, if you will. Now, Fraulein, we need you to play the part of defendant and judge per the script. Okay, I got it. I've only read the case outline so far. I don't know how it actually turns out, so I'll treat this like I'm prosecuting a real case. You, Air Forehead, will play the part of a fledgling lawyer, a role you were born to play. All the evidence is also here with us. We have everything we need to reprise the mock trial. Très bien. Let's get started. Defendant/judge Athena Sykes is psyched and ready to rock. Wait, are they doing a mock trial after a woman died? Yeah, they are. Court is now in session for our reenactment of the mock trial. She's so cute. Or what I like to call the mock trial. She's adorable. The chocolate hair flip. They did a good job giving him all the charisma. Anyway. Yeah, double mockery perhaps, but a trial is still a trial. I don't... Achtung? I know that's his catchphrase, but I don't know how to say that word. Achtung, baby. It's no holds barred. Let's rock. Can't we take it easy today?
Objection!
It may just be a mock of a mock, but there's only one way to compete. You play to win. So remember, each time I catch you slacking off, I'm holding you in contempt of court. Great. A judge that voices her own objections and abuses her judicial powers. Alright, interesting. Now then, Prosecutor Gavin, your opening statement if you please. You got it, Fraulein Judge. Our case is set in a school very much like this one. The victim, a professor, female. The defendant, an archery club member, also female. Oh me, oh my. I'm innocent, I tell you. That's some seriously bad acting, Fraulein. Anyway, the victim's body was discovered in the middle of the quad. Here's a shot of the crime scene. Ironically, it was Professor Court who was posed as the corpse. Air Forehead, how did the mock trial participants react to this photo? Mr. Newman was surprised by what Professor Court was wearing. He reacted with, "Oh, that green sweatsuit." That's not exactly what I would have picked to focus on, so why would he care about that? Too much of a fledgling to know what's important, that one. In any case, both in the mock trial and the actual case, Professor Court was wearing a sweatsuit. moving right along.
Hold it!
Hey, wait a sec. The body was discovered in the same area as the mock trial case, although there was a stage. Plus, the murder weapon, an arrow, and the lack of blood are also the same. That's right, and therein lies the significance of this mock trial. So let's keep rocking it hard, just like that. Right. Before the crime occurred, the defendant was to meet with the victim in the quad. Let's see here. When I arrived at our meeting place, I found the professor with an arrow in her stomach. But it wasn't me. I didn't kill her. You don't have to ham it up like that, Athena. Sir, please don't talk about rocking it hard. It's called getting into character, Air Forehead. Don't be such a wet blanket. I love them. Right. Let's see. Oh yeah, then Hugh said, a frail co-ed used her bare hands to stab her professor with an arrow? I don't think so. At the time of the murder, a male student was seen holding a bow in the archery club room, which was a clear view of the quad. He shot the arrow into the victim before my client even got there. Look at these dorks. 9-9, Air Forehead. That feigned swagger does not suit you in the least. Order! Especially you, Mr. Justice. Me? I was just trying to get into, like, get into it like Mr. Euro Rocker said. Why are we all picking on Apollo? Oh my god. I mean, Klavier's obviously flirting, but, you know. So, the victim was shot from the archery club room before the meeting even took place. Hence, the defendant could not be the killer. Well, that seems to be the defense's assertion. Prosecutor Gavin, do you have any objections? The autopsy report notes the edges of the victim's wound were unusually ragged. Could such physical trauma possibly result from an arrow shot from a bow? 9. I can't do a German accent. Otherwise, I would for him. I believe the victim was impaled with the arrow by hand. Post-mortem. In short, the real murder weapon was not the arrow at all. When Robin was prosecutor, he had a tough time determining the real murder weapon. Well, he's just a student, a warm-up act, while I'm the real deal, the headliner, so to speak. The true murder weapon was most likely the awl that was left in the art room. An awl? What's that? An awl, you say? What might that be? It's a kind of tool used for poking holes in paper, wood, and other materials. It's kind of like an ice pick. I have a photo here if you're interested. Gross. It's all bloody up to the handle. Please tell me it's just paint. Most likely, Fraulein. Pretty realistic, yeah? Let's pretend it's real blood for now. I can't handle that animation! Wow! Good job, animators! There's something about that! I don't know how Apollo isn't a puddle on the floor. The defendant's prints were lifted from the murder weapon. Furthermore, traces of the victim's blood were discovered in the art room. That's where I believe the murder actually took place. So the question now is, how did the body get from the art room to the stage? The murder took place in the third floor art room, but the body was found in the quad. It must have been quite a chore moving the body all that way. Not at all. There's a maintenance area and storehouse right outside the art room, and a cart used to carry balls around was found there. Oh, I think I've seen one of those before, but it's a pretty big one. A jumbo, yeah? Big enough to fit a person or a body in it? The defendant dropped the body from the art room window, then moved it with the cart. Dropped it 3 stories? That's a wild assertion. That is how a high school girl could easily move a body all by herself. You don't say!
Objection!
A body dropped from 3 stories up, which shows signs of massive blunt force trauma. Yeah, exactly.
Objection!
Thank you, Apollo. That's Klavier's voice? I categorically refuse. That may be true, but you failed to account for the large high jump mat in the storeroom. A body dropped onto such a mat would show no signs of blunt force trauma. Yikes. It's almost scary how similar this whole case is to the mock trial proceedings. Quite the crafty killer. In an attempt to cast suspicion on the archery club, they moved the body to the quad, where it would be an easy shot from the clubroom. Then the killer faked the murder weapon by inserting an arrow into the all-stab wound. Sounds like he has only high praise for Junie's script. Were there any further arguments from the defense? Nope. Seems like the teacher who was playing the judge was satisfied, too. Time for the finale, then. Your verdict, if you please, Fraulein Judge. Huh? Oh, right, that's me. Very well. This court finds the defendant, Juniper Woods. Wait a second. Even if this is just a mock trial of a mock trial, I don't want to declare Junie guilty. Yeah, perhaps that's not such a good idea. Let's end our mock trial here. Besides, it's about time I get back to my investigation. Thanks, you two. Thanks, you two. Oh, no, yeah, I did that right. That little run through the mock trial cleared up quite a few things. Okay. Ouch tongue, baby. The prosecution's already got a witness sized up, too. That was quick. Prosecutor Blackwell's almost too good. You're sure in a helpful mood today, Prosecutor Gavin. It's because he's in love with you. Well, like I said, I just want to catch whoever killed Professor Court. And there's no reason for me to start butting heads with you two. Jesus. Anyway, I won't say goodbyes. I'm sure I'll be seeing you later. I always thought prosecutors were all a rather scary bunch. But Prosecutor Gavin seems pretty nice. Yeah, he's not so bad as prosecutors go. We should get back to investigating, too. We don't have nearly enough information yet. And we also have to tell Mr. Wright that we accepted Junie's case. Right. Looks like we have our work cut out for us. No, Nope. Let's go. The Wright Anything Agency? Probably not, right? Hey, what do you think you're doing? Crime scene is off limits to students. I'm no student. I'm a lawyer. Yeah, right. Just because you're in law school doesn't mean you're a lawyer. You should see what she did to the last cop who tried something like that. Who said something like that to her. Why, are you threatening an officer of the law? Yikes. No, it's not a threat. It's more like a friendly warning. Guess we should go before I get myself arrested for assaulting an officer. Oh, God. Alright, how about the fucking hallway? Mr. Wright. Oh, God. Did he have that staff before? I don't remember that. I heard they arrested your friend Juniper. Yeah, Detective Fulbright just took her in. I refuse to believe that one of our students is capable of murder. We must prove her innocence by any means necessary. The end justifies the means. I still think it's him. What do you mean, the end justifies the means? I, Professor Means, always say what I mean, and I mean what I say by all means. Here at our esteemed academy, we train our students to produce meaningful results. You believe in Juniper's innocence, do you not? Of course I do. Junie wouldn't even hurt a fly. Precisely. We have justice on our side. The only other thing we need are results. It is the height of folly to endanger your client by failing to pursue all means possible. Sure, I want to prove her innocence, but I don't like the sound of the end justifies the means part. Well, you are still young and idealistic. It's no wonder you failed to see the wisdom therein. There is but one thing to do now. I must personally take up Juniper's defense. You're going to take her case, Professor Means? I may be a professor, but I'm still licensed to practice law. In fact, I haven't even battled Professor Corton. I have even battled Professor Corton. Well, in court. No kidding. So you guys were rivals or something? No, nothing of the sort. She was an esteemed colleague at the academy and in court. You see, both Professor Corton and I graduated from this academy at the top of our class.
Wow, I bet they both used to really bring it.
Now, if you would excuse me, I'd best go discuss the case with Juniper.
Professor Means, please wait. I didn't want to say anything, but Apollo and I already agreed to take her case.
It's true. Juniper is counting on us to prove her innocence. Really now, you two.
And when were you planning on telling me? Sorry, boss. I know we should have asked first, but... Relax. Your friend was just hauled away in front of your eyes. Sometimes you just have to make snap decisions. And I think you made the right one. Anybody would know that it's Phoenix, who's defended all of his friends. Like, every friend he's ever made, he's defended in court. For one reason or another.
How wonderful. Very well, Athena Sykes. Let me ask you just one thing. As a lawyer, what is it that you treasure beyond all else?
That's an easy one, Professor. Seeking justice for my clients.
What a wonderful answer. Juniper must be overjoyed to have a friend such as you. As her professor, I too shall do whatever I may to help her. And if you decide to take the end justifies the means strategy, come see me at once.
Let's hope it never comes to that. Oh god, I don't like him. I don't like him at all.
Now if you'll excuse me.
I think he did it. I'm probably gonna be so wrong.
I think he did it.
Well, time's a-wasting. You better start investigating and fast. But first, how would I tell you everything I know so far? Yes, please. Have you learned anything new about the case? Actually, I ran into Professor Gavin, and he told me... Prosecutor Gavin, and he told me something interesting. Seems the murder took place in the art room. There are traces of a large pool of blood there. So the police believe the body was moved from there to the stage. What? Really? Just like the mock trial again. I think he did it too, and he wanted to take the case to get away with it. Exactly. Exactly. The police are searching the art room, but whether they'll find anything, well, what? Come to think of it. Let's do our own crime scene investigation before it gets too crowded around here. Huh? Are we even allowed to do that? It's no big deal as long as we leave it exactly like we found it. Plus, no, never mind. The police are inept and corrupt. This is the Dark Age of Law! I assume. Now, where was I again? But there's really no need to talk about it right here, right now. I want you two to find out for yourselves. So, were you shocked by your conversation with Professor Means? Oh, I guess so. Actually, that was pretty shocking. The Dark Age of Law. Dark Age of the Law. I'm sure you've heard those words before. Sure, a number of times. Prosecutors file false charges and lawyers fight back by fabricating evidence. There's a lot of that going around these days. But the question is, how is it related to the case at hand? Training students to produce results. That is the school's policy. Wasn't Gant being convicted when the Dark Age of Law started? I believe the Dark Age of Law started with Phoenix losing his badge. I think that is the inciting incident, or that's the, like, official start from what I've read and gathered. But Gant being convicted is part of it. But you would think Gant being convicted and then it would fix itself, but then I think the act of a supposedly completely trustworthy lawyer like Phoenix, this man who like defined himself by the truth, not just getting a verdict by finding out the truth. For him to present false evidence, I think was a shock. This is from the little bits and pieces I've read here and there. And it like sent things down a dark path.
I'm sure they will explain all of this as this game progresses. Well, that in and of itself isn't a bad thing. Right. As long as those results come by fair and honest means. Oh, but what is it that Professor Mean said? The end justifies the means? Oof. To survive the dark age of law, you must use any means necessary. Fabrication of evidence and false charges are unavoidable in the quest for results. That's what they're preaching here at Themis Legal Academy. But what'll happen to our legal system if results are all that matters anymore? Relax. It's just a rumor. I'd take it with a grain of salt if I were you. Oh, that's a relief. You had me going there for a minute. I don't think it's a rumor. Phoenix is like playing games now. Wait a second. What if Mr. Wright examined the victim's body for a reason? Maybe he was worried someone might actually tamper with the evidence. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what happened, my girl. I think that about wraps up what I know so far. The fact that this case closely resembles Miss Woods' script is obviously important. Knowing that, you should probably try and identify what's the same and what's different. Okay, I'll try talking to as many people as I can on campus. I don't think I want to present this. Yeah. Okay. Oh, no, wait. Oh, he's saying a bunch of stuff. Things like that are that sure scream out school days, don't they? Were you involved in any extracurricular activities like school papers or mock trials? Nah, that wasn't my thing. I was an art major. An art major? And how did you become a famous attorney? It's kind of complicated. And when I say kind of, I mean really, really complicated. Oh. He must really mean it. I'm picking up a lot of complex emotions in his voice. Yeah. For having presented Phoenix with a... Oh my god, wait, I just got an achievement. What is that? What did that say? For having presented Phoenix and the Themis Herald Extra with the Themis Herald Extra. That's not what I presented, but sure. That is not what I presented. Was it? Shh. Okay. That is not what I presented, but it's fine. Alright. Oh, maintenance area. The complex emotions of being in love with your childhood best friend and pining over him for a decade, and then he suddenly appears, not as the defense attorney he said he was going to be, but as a demon prosecutor, supposedly possibly falsifying evidence, and you change your entire career path and trajectory in order to meet him again in court. And I guess try to convince him to not be bad. And then saving his life, saving him from being convicted for a crime he didn't commit, and saving him from thinking for the past 15 years that he had murdered his own father, accidentally, but still. And then that same man pretending that he killed himself, leaving a suicide note on his desk and disappearing for a year, and him reappearing in the middle of a trial of a case that you're running where your best friend has been kidnapped by a fucking deranged assassin. And then he goes back to Europe, and he comes back when you fall off of a bridge and saves your whole case when once again that best friend is missing. And then whatever the fuck that they did for the last 7 years together. Phoenix going to Europe, apparently, to hang out with Miles. Anyway. I'll shut the fuck up now. So this is the maintenance area. Let's see. During the mock trial, Prosecutor Gavin said,
But the art room is right above here on the 3rd floor. What is that in the window? Whatever they did for the last 7 years, get married, obviously. If I had it my way, yes, that would be what they did. And that the body was dropped from there onto a high jump mat from the storehouse. Right, and then he claimed that the body was transported to the stage in a ball cart. What I think happened, and I don't know this for sure, this is what I think they did canonically, is that the two of them had been investigating a bunch of shit together. I think Edgeworth was helping Phoenix put together the case against Kristoff, and like figure out what actually happened. And they were doing obviously the juror system thing. But then I think they were starting to investigate this like dark age of law crap. I think that they've been collaborating on some shit and then also fucking in different European cities for 7 years. On and off. Obviously, Phoenix had Trucy and they couldn't just stay over there, but probably could have, but he had to honey trap Kristoff. Oh my god. I could talk about my preferred headcanon of what happened during that time, but maybe I should play the game. And then, there's something else here. Someone else here. Hey, it's Robin. Whoa, you scared the crud out of me. Yikes, right back at you. So, what are you doing out here? I'm working out so I can become strong enough to save Juniper. But I'm so worked up. My training brace is almost breaking at the seams. Oh, right. The girl you like got arrested, so you're psyching yourself up to rescue her? Yes, because I'm the manliest of manly men. That's why I work out with my manly brace. Oh god, I'm so scared for the court section of this. Trial section. Except that I hear some discord in that manliest men's voice of yours. I'm not. I don't mean to be rude. Can't you talk without shouting? You're one to talk, Apollo. Sorry, I'll try not to shout so much. If at all possible, that is. Which is not at all possible by the sound of it. Cody. Yeah, I think I have seen screenshots from one of these games of Apollo saying some transphobic ass shit. And I'm pretty sure that this is Robin. I think this is them. I think they toned down some of the things that they changed some of them, Carly, but I'm pretty sure they kept like the main one that people were doing screenshots of, because I've seen a couple of the screenshots from the updated, and they've changed some of the lines, and but I don't think, I don't know that I'm gonna find this. I don't know, I'm gonna find this. It would help if I spelled things right. Okay, that's one of them. Yeah, that's one of them, but I don't think that's the main one. There's a couple of lines. That one, I think, is fine. I'm not going to be able to find it in a timely manner. Also, it's very hard to search because there is a very prominent headcanon that Apollo is trans. So I've just seeing. Okay. I think they maybe fixed it. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, there's a girls' clothes one and there's the testosterone one. I think they definitely changed the girls' clothes one. But I don't know about the testosterone one. Anyway, I think that might be why when I load this game for like 2 seconds, like barely enough time to read it, it pops up with a little thing that's like, dialogue has been, or the writing of this game has been maintained to reflect the original whatever. Like, you know, the like warning they sometimes give on like old movies that are like offensive as shit. It's like, I don't know. Anyway, do you mind if I ask you some questions about Junie's lawyer? No problem. Ask away. Keep them coming, man. Ouch, my ears already ache. Yeah, the Looney Tunes. I can't articulate anything today. Robin, could you tell me a little more about yourself? You want to know about me? I'm a second-rate member of the Fine Arts Club. The Fine Arts Club? Looks like broken pottery or plaster. Maybe this is the source of that noise we heard. There were supposedly 2 statues on this stage. I seem to recall hearing that a co-ed from the Fine Art Department had made them. 2 banners and a pair of wicked statues. This is just an illustration, but it's not half bad. Wicked statues? Wait, are these supposed to be you and Mr. Wright? Bingo, Fraulein. They were so big and magnificent, too. What a terrible waste. Say, did you create those stage statues by any chance? You bet I did, both of them. Put my blood, sweat, and tears into those things, man. Must have been terrible seeing them all smashed up like that. Paulo, why do you look so annoyed at everybody? Nah, I couldn't face Professor Court if I let something like that get me down. What do you mean? Professor Court was the Fine Arts Club advisor. She was about truth and beauty, man. She always said the only good results is the truth. That, and only lawyers who seek the truth through legitimate means produce worthwhile results. I like this Professor Court. Yes, I'm totally on your guys' side. She must have been an incredible woman. Yeesh, and you call me loud when I practice my chords of steel? Everybody's screaming now. Oh man, why do I have to take a prosecutor course? I mean, how am I supposed to save Juniper if I'm studying to be a prosecutor? Don't worry, I'll clear Junie's name, you'll see. The 3 of us had a dream. We swore we'd make it happen together. Prosecutor, lawyer, judge, the 3 of us would hold fair and honest trials. The dark age of law? Now, we're gonna put a nail in his coffin, man! Wow, you guys swore to do that? But no! That stupid school rule had to ruin it! School rule? Which one? Anyone with prior conviction, no matter how minor the offense, they won't be allowed to graduate from this stupid, holier-than-thou school! A tough legal academy with even tougher rules. Junie will never become a judge unless I can prove her innocence. And if I fail, the 3 of them will never realize their dream. It's like someone put pressure on my pressure. Okay. Do I gotta present? How about this? That paper! So, Robin, is this article true? The author of that article has been gunning for the 3 of us for some reason. There's been nothing but trashy articles like this for as long as I can remember. Maybe the author just wants your attention? No way, man! The venom in those articles is way beyond that. I wonder. Wow! Deja vu, man! Okay. Just make sure. Make sure I don't need to present anything else to him. Okay. Okay. Now what? I'm not supposed to... Wow, check out your badge! What do you think? Nice and shiny, huh? Yeah, it's awesome! If the plating ever starts to peel or gets all bent up, let me fix it for you. Really? Thanks. No problemo. I'll have some primo clay and glaze at the ready just in case. Wait, what does clay have to do with my badge? Okay. Okay. Do I need to... Where do I go? Hold on, wait. I forgot I have that, like, checklist. Find witnesses for the trial. Search the entire campus. Okay. Let's try to go back to the stage. I thought the area was cordoned off. Hey, the police are discussing something over there. Oh, I know. I'll just quietly sneak over for a listen. Here goes. Athena, watch out where you're... Huh? Ew. What the fuck? Ouch! What this stupid box here? Wait. Apollo! This box, there's... What now? There's someone or something inside. Don't let it be a snake! Babe. Is it the... Is it... Who the You morons just blew my cover. What the... There really is someone inside. That someone is me, Miriam Scuttlebutt. And I'm a senior in the judge course. What's with the box? It's the fate of we who live in the shadows. There's a very good reason why none may see my face by the light of day. Wait, if you're taking the judge course, did you write a mock trial script too? You really want to see my script that bad? Well, you better watch out. Read it without my permission, and you'll wish you hadn't. Who cares? I'm sure it was rejected for a good reason. Alright. Oh, so you're studying to be a judge too? You must be classmates with Juniper. Are you a friend of hers? Juniper? Sure, she's my friend. That's why I'm gathering info. Now, tell me all you know. You know, for tomorrow's trial. For tomorrow's trial? What are you talking about? I'm going to take the stand, naturally. So, the witness for the prosecution is some weirdo in a cardboard box? What if the snake in the box joke was a Metal Gear Solid joke? It might be. Is Capcom make Metal Gear Solid? They don't, do they? Put my foot in my mouth. I'm supposed to know things about games. No, it's Konami. Okay. Just kidding. Yeah. No, yeah. It would be a reasonable reference. This disguises how I get my scoops. But you're right. It's me. So tell me everything you know for Juniper's sake. Wait a second, Miriam. Repeat what you just said. A lawyer with brains as bad as his ears. Poor Juniper. I'm taking a stand tomorrow. Tell me everything you know for Juniper's sake. Clear enough for you this time? His bracelet. Yep. I thought so. Athena, my bracelet's reacting. Really? That means a lie already? That was quick. Oh, wait. Oh, fuck. Damn it. I had to hit R. Capcom makes so many games. Yeah. I forget that Resident Evil is also Capcom. They make, not only do they make so many games, but they make such a wide array of games. Alright, how the fuck am I gonna find? We're gonna watch this hand. This feels like a logical place. Oh, she's not holding something. It's, I thought she was holding something. I'm gonna start with each hand. Yep.
Gotcha!
That's strange. You suddenly tightened your grip when you said, for Juniper's sake.
Resident Evil, Street Fighter, Mega Man. Yeah. They make the classics. They're a powerhouse. So many different kinds, it's easy to forget what is and isn't Capcom. Yeah, exactly. It's good. They're running the gamut, which is good. We love a diversified portfolio.
It's like you're subconsciously tensed up because you're lying. What are you talking about? When did I ever lie? Okay then, let me ask you this. Why were you selected as a witness?
That's an easy one. I'm the editor-in-chief of the Themis Herald. I know everything there is to know about campus, even the darkest of secrets.
Editor-in-chief, huh? Pretty impressive.
Yeah, well, it's a lonely one-woman operation. I was also an editor-in-chief. We are kin, but we are not. And I was editor-in-chief of a journal, literary journal, not a newspaper. I do it all by myself, from reporting to editing to publishing. Still impressed? I'm a perfect storm of journalism because I bring it all to the table. And this is the evidence. Here. An extra edition of the Themis Herald, published to coincide with the mock trial. Okay. Thanks, Miriam. You've revealed who you truly are. Someone who's never had Junie's best interests in mind. What? Are you questioning our friendship? Look, you may want answers, but no can do, because what you're saying conflicts with this piece of evidence.
Take that!
That's the Themis Herald, the paper I published. What about it? Are you really that dense? This article is full of malicious lies about Junie. It's definitely not something a true friend of hers would write. You got it all wrong. Another staff member wrote that one. I don't think so, Miriam. You even said it yourself just a moment ago. It's a one-woman operation. Or did you forget already? Ugh. Have you just given me the info you have? Stupid pawn. Juniper's just using you. Now, I want the truth, Miriam. You hide in your box in order to collect gossip for your sleazy paper, isn't that right? You're not really friends with Juniper, are you? No, duh. She's the target of my scoops, and my readers demand dirt. Extra, extra, the dirty little secret of the squeaky clean student council president. Dirty little secret? Dirty little secret? Alright, what are you planning to say in court, huh? I'm a witness to her part in the crime. I'm going to tell it all in a shocking expose. The end justifies the means. That's my brand of tell-all journalism. The end justifies the means? Wait a second. In this dark age of law, many of us embrace Professor Means methods, even future judges. I've even adopted an end justifies the means brand of journalism, which includes tape recorders secretly hidden all over our campus, secretly recording every last word without anyone being any the wiser. I'm pretty sure that's illegal. Doesn't she realize that's totally illegal? Yeah. And one of them was in the scene of the crime, the art room. You put a tape recorder in the art room? What did it record? You want to know? You really want to know? Yes, please. That's so nice of you to... Like, I'd really tell you now. The big scoop comes out in court tomorrow. You're so mean, Miriam. According to my evidence, a fatal fissure is open between the three of them. Who? Junie, Hugh, and Robin? What do you mean by fatal fissure? A rift in the trio. Juniper, Hugh, and Robin used to be the best of friends. Used to be? They still seem to get along fine to me. I did sense some discord, though. You don't know anything. Professor Means has his followers, and Professor Court had hers. Their influence is inescapable. Are you implying that one of them adheres to that extreme idea of you and Professor Means have? I'm putting my money on Snobby Boy. But why would anyone follow that philosophy? How could you possibly understand? You're new around here. Miriam, wouldn't you feel better if you came out of the dark and into the light? I can see fine in here. You'll be the one seeing the light in court tomorrow. Then you realize how guilty Juniper Woods really is. Ugh, we're gonna have to cross-examine her tomorrow, but I don't know where to start. Well, let's at least take care of whatever we can today. You're right, let's see what else we can find out. Okay. Back to the hallway? Nope. Back to the lecture hall. Yeah. Look, there's Hugh! Hey, Hugh! Oh, it's you two. Do you want something? Did you find anything? You said you were going to do some investigating of your own. Nope, nothing yet. I'm afraid it's not looking very good for Juniper. You don't really think Juniper could have done something like this, do you? Only the author and the victim knew the contents of the script. Both the stage and the art room were in the same exact state as described therein. Nobody could mimic the crime like that unless they'd already read the script, or wrote it. But... Look, Professor Means is better able to handle this than you two, so just leave it to him. There it is again. I'm picking up on some discord in Hugh's voice. He's gonna be lying. Hugh, would you mind telling me a little bit about yourself? Whatever. I'm 6'1". Jesus Christ. I'm 6'1", and under this uniform, I'm 100% lean muscle. What the fuck? My grades are outstanding, and I'm the ace of the archery club. Needless to say. I never miss my mark. I hate this sleazebag. Oh, and I'm incredibly humble, too. Uh-huh. How can he even say that with a straight face? Those around me call me a genius, but I pay them no mind. But when it comes to tests, I always get 100%, so I suppose it's only natural for them to say I'm a genius. But as I said before, I pay them no mind. I heard you the first time. But what about the mock trial? Sounded like you were about to lose to Robin. There's a very good reason for that. You see, right before the mock trial started, I saw the body. You saw the body? Right, and I was so distraught that I basically handed Robin a victory. Hugh, would you mind telling us a little more about that? Right before the mock trial, the campus was empty. Everyone was here in the lecture hall. Mock trial begins shortly. Everybody at the lecture hall. That's right. There was that announcement and then everyone came in here. The only exceptions were the mock trial participants. Juniper, Robin, and I were in our personal dressing rooms next door. Personal dressing rooms? Wow, your own personal dressing rooms? That's total VIP treatment. Actually, they're for student-teacher meetings. They don't even have windows. The other two waited patiently in their rooms, but that's not my style. So I headed over to the archery range on the other side of the quad. I did some meditation while I waited. That's the best way to relax. Then, just before the mock trial was to start, I headed back toward the main building. As I walked across the quad, I passed in front of the stage. So that's when you saw the body?
Right. It was quite a shock. As much as I hate to admit it, my legs were shaking. I could have easily beaten Robin if it hadn't been for that.
Wait, hold it right there. You went through with the mock trial even though you had just discovered a body? Why didn't you tell anyone? I mean, we're talking about someone getting killed here. I think I know why. Was it because of this? Where'd you get that? So this article in the Themis Herald is true. The winner of the mock trial would get to make his confession to Junie.
Right, but if I reported the body I'd found, the whole thing would be called off.
You really wanted to win that bad? Bad enough to ignore a dead body? Sorry, but that's not normal. Or could their love for Junie really be that strong?
Thanks for sharing that important piece of information with us. It may prove useful at tomorrow's trial. Good, because that's all I have to say about the matter.
Thanks, and don't worry, we'll prove Juniper's innocence, you'll see.
Can't say you two inspire much confidence.
Okay, Athena, what's next? Well, I think I've talked to everyone who is somehow linked to the case. Okay, maybe it's time we wrapped up our investigation. Oh, wait, we haven't met with Junie yet. Yeah, you're right. Let's head over to the detention center.
Cool. Let's go. See our friend behind bars.
Athena, thanks so much for coming. She called me Athena like she used to. Maybe she's finally letting her guard down. Junie, the crime's unfolding exactly like your script. Any idea what's going on here? We wanted to make it fair, so the script was kept secret until the day of the mock trial. And the only people who knew the details were Professor Court and I. Nothing we haven't heard already so far. However... Yes? What is it, Junie? Well, there was this one article in the school paper.
You mean this one? It's more like a tabloid piece than a newspaper article if you ask me.
I've been worried about that trial would wreck the friendship between Robin, Hugh, and me. She wants to stay friends, but both of the guys were hoping to take it to the next level. Oh, the passion of high school drama. Wish I could have experienced it. These are high schoolers? This was a high school. I guess, yeah, this is high school. I'm confused about the logistics of this world. I just am. And I know I shouldn't have, but I guess she is 18. Or she's a baby. Yeah. She wouldn't be at college. I don't fucking know. I revised the script to favor the prosecution. But Professor Court noticed it immediately and changed it back. So if Robin had one, he wouldn't have been able to confess his love to Junie. That would have kept the trio's relationship the same. Never knew Junie could be so devious. Sorry, I guess my personal problems probably won't be of any help in court, huh?
You never know. Help often comes from the most unexpected places. Thanks, Juniper.
I was wondering about that awl you had on you when you were arrested.
Detective Fulbright, we found this in the suspect's pocket. Why, there's blood on it.
That's evidence you made for the mock trial.
A mock trial? Never heard of such a thing, but it sounds fishy to me. Real fishy.
It was the murder weapon from the mock trial. Professor Court and I were prepping it in the art room until the day before the trial. I didn't even realize I still had it on me until I was arrested.
Well, nothing to worry about. There shouldn't be any way to link it to the crime.
Still, that blood red color on the awl bothers me. Wasn't it just paint or something? I mean, I was looking at it from pretty far away, but it probably was just paint, but that's what bothers me. It wasn't on the awl when we were prepping it yesterday.
It wasn't?
Then how and when did it get there? Well, before the mock trial began, I showed Thena and Mr. Wright to the waiting room. Then I went back to my dressing room to get the trial props we were going to use. That's when I found the art room key and the awl with what looked like blood on it. A key and the awl? Professor Court normally has the art room key since she's the Fine Arts Club advisor. And since that key was there in the dressing room, I thought she was the one who had painted the awl to look like it had blood on it. After all, she always insisted that the props should be realistic, so... The awl suddenly shows up on the day of the trial with what looks like blood on it. I have a really bad feeling about this. Me too, but let's not jump the gun on this. You and Professor Court were busy prepping for the mock trial together yesterday, right? Was that the last time you saw her? Yes, I left school at around 6 p.m. Did you notice anything different about her? No, I didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. She looked and acted the same as always. I would have never guessed she'd end up like this. It looks like we're about out of time. Thank you for coming to see me. We'll do everything we can to prove you innocent tomorrow. I know, and I believe in you, Thena. Well, I should go now. Bye. Is she gonna be alright? She's like a shadow of the girl we met back at the academy. The Junie I knew was always like that, a little weak and sickly. But the fact that she's lifted her facade shows she trusts us. Even still. What is it? Well, when Judy and her two friends were talking about their friendship, I sensed some discord in their hearts. Seriously? Yeah, but it was really faint. I must have been mistaken. There's no reason to doubt their friendship, is there? Don't worry, everything will be fine. You and Juniper are friends, right? You know that friend I mentioned to you earlier? Well, get this. Whenever something's troubling one of us, the other can just feel it. That's real friendship. What? I suppose you're right. Might as well forget about that and concentrate on the trial. Yep, tomorrow's the big day. Let's sort out what we know so far. Okay. The victim, Professor Constance Court, was murdered in the art room on the 3rd floor. Then, her body was moved to the outdoor stage in the quad. Also, the location where we found the body was just as the mock trial script described. Wish those were the only similarities they shared. What do you mean? What I mean is the script and the case are exactly the same in almost every respect. So it follows that the actual trial may very well unfold just like the mock trial did. Oh no! The mock trial ended right before the prosecution was about to win. Well, that's not gonna happen. This time, Junie will be declared not guilty. Of course, I intend to get our results the honest way. We can do this. We'll be fine. After all, I have Apollo, and he's the king of being fine. Alright. I think I'll call it here tonight. God, these things are taking so long. I wonder how long this game is. Oops. Should I call it here or should I just keep going? Let me see how long this thingy is. He's the king of being fine. Somebody's been talking to Klavier. Yes. Although he just shouts that he's fine constantly. Because he's a little annoying. I love him though. This is not. That's not what I want. Wrong one. Turnabout Academy. Okay. Yep, we did that. Trial day 1. How long is it? Long. Wow, everything is long. Actually, is it? Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, there's only 4. We're just gonna do it. We're gonna do it. Ugh, my butterflies have butterflies in their stomach. So, what's it like to have your very own case for the first time? My heart hasn't raced this fast since I ran that full marathon last year. If it keeps up, you might get a lawyer's high. You know, like a runner's high. Okay. Relax. Everyone's nervous their first time. No sleep till Brooklyn.
My fears weren't unfounded. After all, today's prosecutor is so terribly brutal and willing to use any means necessary to win a conviction.
There's the end justifies the means concept again.
Now that it has come to this, we have no choice but to fight fire with fire. The end justifies the means.
I wish he'd stop saying that. That's your method, Professor. I'm going to defend Juniper my own way.
But Miss Sykes, just yesterday you told me. As a lawyer, what is it that you treasure beyond all else?
That's an easy one, Professor. Seeking justice for my clients.
But if this trial proceeds in the same manner and ends the same way as the mock trial, would you not lose everything you've worked so hard to gain?
Well, I'll just have to make sure that doesn't happen, won't I?
My, but aren't you a stubborn one? Well, I suppose you will have to learn of your own inefficiency the hard way.
Ugh, I hate this man. Hold on 1 second. I'm having a craving. I have tasty cakes, and I would like to eat them. Eating with this game doesn't go well, but
forgive me, Professor Means. Can we just leave it at that?
Is he wearing a mask or something? He's so weird. I don't know. But I hate him. I get just the worst rancid vibes off that man.
Oh dear, please forgive me. It's just, I wish to protect Juniper by any means I can.
I do too, but...
Now if you would excuse me.
Rancid. Ugh. Thanks to him, I'm feeling even more pressure than before.
Don't let it get to you, Athena. And don't forget to keep smiling.
I'll be fine. I haven't forgotten what Mr. Wright said. The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles.
Trial is about to begin. I'll show you to the courtroom if you please.
Apollo, I'm counting on you to support Athena this time. He's got his badge back on his suit.
Okay, Mr. Wright, leave it to me.
That's right. I have Apollo to back me up. Junie's fate rests in my hands. I won't rest until she walks free. Sorry if you can hear me chewing. I'm craving some sugar.
All rise. Court is now in session for the trial of Juniper Woods.
Athena Sykes, defense team leader, is ready, Your Honor. That didn't sound very confident. You sure you're okay? I'll be fine.
Okay, good. Thank you, Cody. Your baldness. I know. As usual, you want me to deliver the opening statement. Ugh. This case is crystal clear. I see no need to explicate it any further. Now, summon the witness. Is there something the matter? Please do share your baldness. Whatever gave you that idea? Bailiff, please call our first witness.
And now we don't even get an opening statement? Oh my god. Oh, hello you. Detective Fulbright. He and Prosecutor Blackwell have become quite the team.
Oh, right, the case brief. Leave it to me. Yes, let the detective in charge, everyone's favorite friend of justice, explain.
What was that just now? It's like he and Blackwell are totally in sync. I'm not gonna say it. Well, I don't think they're capable of mind melding, if that's what you're thinking.
All right, Detective Fulbright, would you please explain the case to the court? Professor Core's body was discovered on October 24th at approximately 2:30 p.m.
Every time this guy shows up, I miss Gumshoe more and more. Me too! I miss him! I don't miss doing his voice, but I miss him.
She was murdered with this. This all I have here. The victim's blood and the defendant's prints are both discovered on it.
Great. That's how you're gonna deliver me the fucking autopsy report? Time of death between 6 and 8 p.m. Interesting. She died the night before.
Wow, that bird can deliver evidence too? Blackwell has him trained well.
Maybe Blackwell should train it to not mess up people's hair while he's at it.
Moving right along. Wow, I don't know what my voice just did. The body was discovered on the outdoor stage, although no blood was found there. However, we detected traces of a massive amount of blood in the third floor art room. In short, the murder took place in the art room.
Jeannie says she goes home at 6. She wasn't there.
So then the body had been moved from the art room to the stage. Precisely, and there's one more piece of irrefutable evidence. A recording made by a tape recorder that the school paper reporter hid in the art room. It captured a female voice screaming, "You're a goner!" What's this? You have such a recording?
Don't like how this is going.
Must be from that tape recorder Miriam mentioned.
Why is this the first we're hearing of a death threat at the moment of the murder?
Silence, please. I would like to play the tape for you now.
You're a goner. Okay.
It's quite hard to hear.
But the voice does sound female. Okay.
The noise and low volume of the voice have made voice analysis all but impossible.
Voice print analysis? Misread that because that's stupid. What the fuck is voice print analysis? They're just making up shit left and right in this game.
You haven't identified the voice as belonging to the defendant. Not so fast. After all, voice print analysis isn't everything. The victim was killed at night, then discovered in the afternoon the next day. The question is, when was the body moved? Oh, I know. It could have been moved in the middle of the night when no one was around. Sorry, but no. The campus was full of students that morning. However, no one reported seeing a body. That means the body was moved sometime before the mock trial when all the students and faculty were gathered in the lecture hall and the rest of campus was empty. It was during this time that Hugh O'Connor, one of the mock trial participants, found the body.
So the prosecution heard about Hugh seeing the body.
Wait one moment. If all the students and the faculty were gathered in the lecture hall, and there wouldn't have been anyone who could have moved the body. Have no fear, for there is always an exception. An exception? The 3 mock trial participants were standing in individual dressing rooms. They were the only ones who had free access to the deserted campus before the mock trial. What? Then that would mean... What would that mean? Those 3 students were the only ones who could have moved the body. In justice we trust. I don't like where this is headed, Athena. Me neither. And by those 3 I mean Hugh O'Connor, Robin Newman, and Juniper Woods. I knew it. Please, Detective Fulbright, don't say what I think you're about to say. In justice we trust. I take it everyone understands now. The voice believed to be that of the murderer was female. And out of the 3 people who could have moved the body, just 1 is a girl. That leaves the defendant Juniper Woods as the only possibility. No! Impressive. He has you on the ropes even before any cross-examination. You could at least pretend to be upset for me. A splendid job, Fulbright. That could not be any clearer. Feel free to anticipate a salary raise next month. Ha ha ha. I don't do this for the money. It's all about justice. Poor Gumshoe. Not only a half-wit, but a perennial stick in the mud you are. I guess neither the carrot nor the stick works on Detective Fulbright. Now, bailiff, please bring our next witness to the stand. Box girl. Miriam, what's her face? So? Our first witness is a cardboard box. Stealth mode deactivated. Oh my, the box has hands. Smile, Your Honor. What the dickens? I've just had my picture taken.
Miriam Scuttlebutt, senior at the Legal Academy. I'm a reporter on the judge course. Juniper's been a bad girl. I'll tell you all about her crime.
Might I ask whether you could come out of that box?
How will I get any more scoops if I blow my cover? So, the answer is no. After all, covert action is an undercover reporter's bread and butter.
But testimony from a faceless witness is highly irregular.
Just add it to the list of irregularities.
A former ninja I met in the clink said that exposing those who would work in the shadows is to pass the death sentence upon them. Oh my, I had never thought of it that way. Oh my god. Very well, if it would spare a life, I'll make an exception this time.
A former ninja in prison? Holy Shinto, how can the judge believe this load of crock?
Now your testimony, please. Oh, but take care not to reveal your face.
She's got a band-aid on her leg. Similarity of the case and the script. The murder happened exactly like Juniper's mock trial script. Up until the mock trial began, only Professor Court and Juniper knew the script's contents. But Professor Court's sudden decision not to use the script sparked Juniper's murderous rage. Juniper has to be the killer. She has the motive and the murder is just like her script.
The murder is just like her script. Could such a thing be true?
Compare her script with the murder case and crime scene photos. Then you'll see.
This is so simple, even an ape posing as a decrepit old judge could understand. Only the victim and the defendant were privy to the script, ergo the defendant is the killer. Furthermore, in the art room where the crime scene supposedly occurred, this witness's script, along with an envelope on which "use" was written, were found. This proves that the accused's script had been rejected the day before the mock trial. She pressed the victim to use her script, and an argument ensued, and then the fatal stabbing.
Ugh, that makes perfect sense. What now?
Prosecutor Blackwell has all his ducks lined up in a row. He's really on a roll now.
Ugh, he's like a pit bull once it sinks his teeth into you. I love the little Mr. Hat charm you see in his bag. It's so cute. How dare she? My script had it all. A bum rap and phony evidence, grudges and betrayals.
I trust the defense is ready to cross-examine the witness.
No problem. I mean, yes, I'm ready. I think. Time to find a hole in her testimony and unbox the truth. I've seen it done over and over. I know I can do this. Did I not get that fucking file thing? Yeah. No, I was not given. New professor. Decision. Not use the script.
Hold it!
How do you know that Professor Court wasn't going to use her script?
There in the art room where the heinous crime took place, an envelope marked Use and Miriam Scuttlebutt's script were found. Evidently, the script that was going to be used belonged to the girl in the box over there.
It's only natural that my script would be accepted and hers rejected. I introduced all sorts of brand new concepts, including bribery and fake evidence. It was a cutting-edge script portraying a courtroom battle in the dark age of the law. I can't help but feel Professor Court went out of her way not to use it. But Juniper, she used some devious, underhanded tactics to get her script chosen. That's why her script, and not my masterpiece, was used in the mock trial. That's how, how's that for an example? Okay.
Hold it!
I don't know, babe. Somebody could have stolen a peek beforehand. I don't think so. I mean, I tried any number of times. Shame on you, Miriam. That crafty she-devil Juniper has eyes in the back of her head. What chance does your average person have if an undercover reporter like me is foiled? Interesting point. Still. Miss Scuttlebutt, won't you get in trouble later for admitting to such underhanded tactics? Why you? I plead entrapment. How is you blurting your own crime entrapment? But you haven't scooped me yet. They were all set to use Juniper's script. Okay. No. Okay.
Hold it!
There must be places where the script in this case diverge. Don't sweat the details. That kind of stress will give you wrinkles.
Objection!
I'm not worried. My skin is as fair as silk.
Objection!
Indeed, you are quite fair. Fairly desperate.
You're cracking yourself up there, huh?
Objection!
You're laughing at a child right now. What did you just say? Black Girl really has turned that one around on you. Whose side are you on? Hurry up and think of a clever comeback. Whoa, easy there, Athena.
Now you listen to me. The two cases do indeed have their differences. For one, the stage hadn't yet been erected in the mock trial script. In the actual case, there were signs indicating the victim's wrists had been bound.
I'm sorry, why is he a prosecutor if he's handcuffed? Carly, this man is a convicted murderer. Who is also a prosecutor. Prosecuting cases. I'm not lying to you.
With such differences pale in comparison to the host of similarities. In any case, replicating the crime without knowledge of the script is an impossibility.
Looks like I won't be passing this off as a coincidence. What a total bum. Try again, why don't you, pawn of woods? Okay, I haven't pressed this last one. I mean, I have no reason to not believe you. Just judge. I don't think this is the judge's choice. I think this is something I read. I think I think Edgeworth is behind this.
Hold
I think Edgeworth made this decision. And I'm not lying. I think something to do with the Dark Age of Law. Also, he's the chief prosecutor now. Anyone who saw the mock trial could have recreated the crime. After they saw the mock trial, they could have easily staged the body, just like the script. Yeah, I think we will learn what his fucking deal is by the
Objection!
end. The way we do with every prosecutor, because they all have trauma. They all have unresolved trauma that has to get aired out in court. Weary is the trial which pits hawk against canary.
Objection!
What did you just say? He's so weary, he should try humping less. I bet that saves some energy. This is no time for jokes, Apollo. He just called me a canary. Don't let him get to you. At least canaries pick up on things quickly, just like you. I shan't repeat myself, so listen carefully, Psych Stono. Hugh O'Connor discovered the body before the mock trial even began. How could one stage the body as it is in the script before anyone knew its contents? That's right. Do you even fathom the intricacies that go into staging a crime scene? No, I think not. You have the rudimentary mind of an elementary school child. Elementary school? A reporter's testimony throws attorney Athena Sykes for a loop. The perfect caption. How marvelous. A photo in the newspaper is just the thing to boost your brand. In a school paper? Seriously? I believe you pressed the witness more than enough, Miss Sykes. Now do you see how clear-cut my case is? Take it now, and in that fair, desperate mind of yours, etch it deep so you may never forget. No. Even my arguments get thrown back in my face. It wasn't supposed to be like this. What am I going to do? Athena, you should just about have all the answers you've been looking for now. Huh? Think about it this way. If the killer knew the details of the mock trial, would they really commit the crime in the exact same way? I don't follow. Try to place yourself in the killer's shoes. I bet you'll discover an inconsistency if you do. Oh, I get it. Thanks, Apollo. Miss Scuttlebutt, just so we're clear, you're claiming that the killer intentionally made the crime scene look like it was just as it was in the script, and that it is beyond the shadow of a doubt not a coincidence. Is that correct? No, duh. After all, it's just more evidence of Juniper's evil she-devil ways.
Objection!
What'd I say? What did I say? Our client made the crime scene look just like the script, something known only to her. That would be not just foolhardy, but completely irrational. What do you mean? Yes, Miss Sykes. Please tell this court what you mean by irrational. It wouldn't make any sense for Ginny to mimic her own script on purpose because it would mean leaking the script made her the culprit not be possible. It would make her the culprit. The murder scene was the same as it was in the mock trial script. And that in and of itself is irrational. What's wrong with them being the same? Yes, Miss Sykes, care to explain what you mean? Okay, let's say for argument's sake that Miss Woods is the killer. If so, then what reason would she have to intentionally make the actual murder mimic her own script? That's easy. She was admitting that she was the, That's right. If she had really done that, it would have been like proclaiming to the world that she was the killer. So what we actually have here is evidence of someone trying to frame our client. The body was found the day of the mock trial. In short, the day the details were revealed. So it would be completely inconceivable for the murder to go exactly like the script. Don't let it go to your head just yet.
Objection!
It would seem Justice Dono's comrade in arms has finally drawn her sword.
Chocolate makes everything better.
Anyway, however, the blade is dull, and it shall remain so until you master its use.
Enough with the stupid sword metaphors already.
There is a perfectly good reason for the inconsistency of which you speak.
Reason? What reason?
Must I spell out everything? You are what people today call high maintenance. The accused had intended to stop the mock trial, and in that event, nary a soul would have been the wiser to the similarities of the case and script.
Objection!
No, the mock trial was only stopped after the body was accidentally discovered.
Objection!
Our witness here had also discovered the body. In fact, she was led to our dearly departed professor by the accused herself.
What? Miss Scuttlebutt saw the body too?
Precisely, and with the discovery of the body, the mock trial ought to have been cancelled.
Wait, so you didn't call the police? Nope, I kept it secret for my big scoop. You can't do that.
I made her pay long and hard penance for her sins. Did I not, my little box top?
My little box top? Compared to the work of a war correspondent, the sheer terror of that was... I don't want to know what he did to this high school student. Geez, I wonder what the twisted samurai did to her. Block off all the holes in her box? And spin her like a top while Detective Fulbright cackled in delight? Oh my god! What an image! That sounds more nauseating than scary.
Enough jabbering, witness. Continue your testimony.
Yeah, definite red flags all around with this. I mean, it's surrounding this man, but that's just, we're really staking him in. Sure, Mr. Samurai. I'm ready to finish off that she-devil. I am impressed with her pen spinning capabilities. What Scuttlebutt saw. I snuck into Juniper's dressing room while everyone was in the lecture hall. Juniper had changed into her stage costume. I asked her, "What are you doing?" When suddenly she fled into the hallway as if she wanted me to follow her. I followed her all the way to Professor Quartz's body. She led me right to it. I'm positive it was Juniper because she was wearing the costume that she had made.
Hold it!
Why did you withhold such key testimony? What's that supposed to mean? Athena, you haven't even started your cross-examination. I know, but her testimony points to her as being a potential suspect. Well, I don't think Prosecutor Blackwell is... Have I been calling him Professor again? No, wait, I bet he already thought of that. The witness left the lecture hall to sneak into Miss Wiz's room before the mock trial. That means she, too, could have moved the victim's body. The prosecution's claim no longer has any ground to stand on. Oh my god. I forget what the bird's name is.
Now, no need to ruffle your own feathers, so.
Is he in the court record? Oh. No. I forget what the bird's name is. The bird has a name. Taka! Thank you, Cody! You are correct. It is Taka.
When you squeak like a little brat, it agitates Taka.
Oh, okay, I could have just hit space once and it would... Good lord.
Do you want him to peck your eyes out?
Little brat. He's got some real nicknames today. No thanks. He's really aggressive today. Like, extra mean. Why is he being so mean to Athena?
You listen here. The witness has a perfectly good alibi.
Oh yeah, I do. Around the estimate of time of death, I was at undercover reporter class. It's right near my home. Undercover reporter class?
The proverbial rug has been pulled out from under you. The witness could not be the killer. The defense must look before leaping, or at least make sure the rug's secured on the floor. I tried to warn you.
Oh.
Well, there ends the cross-examination. Let's allow the witness to step down.
Huh? No, wait a minute.
The defense has no right to cross-examine the witness after that little spectacle. For whatever a man is sowing, this he will also reap.
Ugh. Why can't he say you reap what you sow?
Very well. If the cross-examination is over, I suppose the witness may go home. Perhaps spend some time in her lovely box and recover from today's stressful events.
Don't you worry about me, Your Honor. There's no rest for the wicked, or journalists either. My third eye's always eyeing a scoop.
She's always eyeing a scoop?
Well, back to the trenches. Bye-bye. No.
Hold it!
Yeah. Thank you, Apollo.
Not so fast, Miss Scuttlebutt.
Apollo?
There's just one thing I'd like to ask. Did you take a picture of the victim's body? And if not, why not?
Well, that is... No, I didn't take one.
Well, that's strange. Why wouldn't you take a picture if you're always eyeing a scoop? Did you or didn't you really see the victim's body?
It's not like actually I saw it, but...
What the devil? Did you hear that? Did you hear that, Your Honor?
The witness didn't actually see the body.
That completely overturns the prosecution's claim that the witness was led to it. Justice Dono, you dare bear steel at me again.
Nice try, Boy Wonder. So what if I didn't see the body? The fact remains that Juniper led me there. Feast your eyes on this.
What exactly am I looking at here?
It's a crucial moment forever frozen in time by my third eye. A photo clearly showing Juniper Woods.
Why did you not tell me of this?
It's a shocking scoop I was saving for just the right moment. And that would be now, right here in court. Surprise! What'd I do? All journalists keep their scoops secret until the right moment.
She's pretty brave hiding it from Blackwell like that.
Or pretty stupid. Well, this is an unexpected turn.
Athena, about this picture.
If that's not the costume. That's not the right costume.
See how it only shows the back of the subject?
Oh, so then...
Right. Who knows whether this photo shows Juniper in the first place?
Objection!
A completely irrelevant point.
Because the costume's got stars on it. See, it's got stars on it, anyway.
What is relevant here is there was somebody who did try to lead the witness to the body. Take a gander at this, the route by which the accused escaped. The witness pursued the accused this way after she fled the dressing room.
Oh, as a scuttlebutt.
The accused defendant descended to the first floor and exited to the quad. Then what, Carton Cretin?
Carton Cretin. Okay, I understand that now. Then I tripped and fell. Caught my knee on my own box. She stayed under her box even while running after someone? That sounds difficult.
Recall the body was already there, for Hugh O'Connor had already seen it.
Okay. Do you ever itch yourself through your clothes and it hurts like infinitely more than if you just directly itched your skin? Ow.
She was trying to show somebody the body because she wanted to stop the mock trial.
Hold it!
But if the facts have changed, that's all the more reason to cross-examine the witness. The defense has a point there. Very well, you may proceed with your cross-examination. Seems Justice Dono has saved your pretty little hide, Missy. For now, at least. Phew. Guess I pulled that off somehow. Thanks, Apollo. You're a lifesaver. Incidentally, my compliments to the witness for her very fine box.
It's primo cardboard, lovingly selected amongst many.
Tell another lie or hide another fact from me, and I shall put it to the torch.
But, well, please, anything but that.
I think it would be more eco-friendly to recycle it, but that's just me. All right, Miss Sykes, you may cross-examine the witness. Okay.
All right, Judge. Whatever you say, my man. All right. She's wearing the costume she had made.
Objection!
Miss Scuttlebutt's sole basis for identifying our client as the figure in this portrait is the fact that it shows someone in Miss Woods' stage costume. Well, it is Juniper's costume, so that must be Juniper in it. It's clear cut. No, that's where you're completely mistaken. What? This is the design drawing of our client's stage costume.
Oh my, what a wonderful creation. The constellations are extraordinary.
I'm glad you noticed, because those stars are precisely what's important here. In the drawing, there are constellations all over the outside. But there's not a single star on the costume in the photo.
Oh, then that means, what exactly?
Your Honor, there were no other blue costumes at the scene, which leads me to believe that the figure in the photo was wearing our client's costume inside out.
But why would Miss Woods make a mistake like that?
Well, it's not really a matter of why, but rather who made the mistake of putting it on inside out. Wait, you're not suggesting? That's right. I'm glad you're catching on. The costumes designer wouldn't put her own costume on inside out. You have a lot of scissors up in there, my man. Sorry, Miss Scuttlebutt, but doesn't believing you had a scoop when you really didn't make you a failure as a reporter? A failure as a reporter? I can't. Ooh! Oh, girly pop. Why, hello, Miss Scuttlebutt. So nice to meet the woman beneath the box. I did like that her hair is clipped up in binder clips. That's so cute. You didn't see nothing.
Objection!
Now I would have you stop right there, Sykes Dono. For it is the why of the matter upon which I would have this court focus.
What do you mean? Yeah, his eyes are doing like a flash.
Miss Juniper Woods.
Yes?
What were you doing on the morning of the mock trial?
I was in my dressing room, painting my costume in fluorescent paint. Fluorescent paint? My design drawing shows twinkling stars on the costume. I was going to make the costume shimmer like that by painting the inside fluorescent.
What was that again? Fluoride? Did your costume have cavities?
Not fluoride, fluorescent, as in glowing. The paint would make it glow in the dark.
Yes, so you applied that to the inside of the costume then.
I let it dry for a while because I heard it takes a long time. So I put the costume on my mannequin inside out. Inside Out? So then...
This is a photo of the inside out costume taken in the dark. As you can see, there is a heavy layer of paint over the entire inside surface. If someone were to properly don this costume in this state, the wet paint would get all over their body. Oh, why, yes, I believe it would. Indeed, ergo, the costume was worn the way it was, not by anyone's mistake. But because this was the way it was on the mannequin, inside out.
Okay. But there's also those fucking handprints on the front. Figures he would have a photo. Ugh, did we just fall into his trap? Yeah, I bet Blackwell had it all planned out. Still, I think you should give this photo a nice long look. Yeah, that's... those fucking handprints. Oh, please tell me you found something that doesn't add up. Check out the chest area. Kinda looks like handprints to me. Hey, you're right. But Junie would know better than to touch it while the paint is still wet.
Objection!
I believe the term to describe your thought process is wishful thinking. After all, if master painters made mistakes, why not a rank amateur such as the accused?
Objection!
So basically, you're saying my claim requires evidence to back it up. Evidence? That shouldn't be a problem, right? After all, you've come this far. Just because I've come this far doesn't mean I've thought everything through, though. What? You mean you've just been bluffing? What did you expect me to do? I'm sick of losing to this guy. But you're right. There's only one thing left to do at this point. And that's to present some evidence. Pronto.
A showdown, is it? I gladly accept.
The fluorescent paint must have stuck to the hands of whoever touched the costume, and that paint should glow in dark places. So I just need to carefully check every last piece of evidence. This piece of evidence shows who touched this costume. Oh, good lord. It's, oh my god!
Take that!
A school newspaper? Interesting.
Take a look at the photo where the lights are dimmed and the spotlight is on Miss Woods. Observe Mr. Newman's hands in the photo as he stands at the prosecutor's bench.
An unceremonious cancellation.
As you can see, it's glowing just like Miss Woods' fluorescent paint.
It is glowing, quite brightly, I might add.
But why would he put fluorescent paint on his hands for the mock trial, you may ask? The answer is he wouldn't, not on purpose. It got there when he put the costume on.
That means... What again?
What again? He's so clueless. It means the figure photographed in the costume was not our client, Juniper Woods. It was her classmate, Robin Newman. To think you were actually able to prove that. Well, you never know what's going to happen next. That's the thrill of the courtroom. So then... Does that mean that Robin is our man? Well, that's certainly how it looks.
Very well. Robin Newman it is. He is here in the gallery, I trust. Show yourself. I challenge you to a duel.
Hi, Robin.
Will the witness please state his name and occupation?
I'm Robin Newman! I want to become a great artist! I practice day and night! Yeah! No, that's not it! Art's gotta be sincere, man!
So for occupation, we should put down budding artist?
No! Famous Legal Academy, Senior, Prosecutor course! Oh my god, honey. This brace is proof of my masculinity! I've been trained to be a prosecutor for 18 years!
I assume you'll be cleaning up the pottery you smashed before you leave today.
Ah! Oh, man! Oh, God. Robin, honey. I need you to chill, my boy.
It seems to me the witness has finally settled down.
I guess nothing phases the judge after all these years.
You may proceed with your testimony, Mr. Newman. Specifically, the court wishes to hear why you had fluorescent paint on your hand.
Why I touched the costume.
I went to see Juniper in her dressing room, but she wasn't there. I walked by that frilly costume. I was like, whoa! The mannequin it was on, it was about to fall on me. I got that paint on me when I caught it. But I never put it on. That's just stupid.
Hold it!
Athena.
You gotta wait.
Your Honor, I recommend a short therapy session for the witness.
Well, Mr. Newman does seem particularly agitated, but...
No! Not again. What's his problem? I sensed it the moment Robin took the stand. The discord in his heart. So you think he might be hiding something? Probably. You ready, Mr. Newman? Let's see what the mood matrix can do for you. Widget. I went to see Juniper in the waiting room, but she wasn't there. So I costume, I was like, whoa. The mannequin was on, was about to fall over. Got that paint on me when I caught it. I never put it on, that's just stupid. Okay. Oh God, I don't know. These feel like normal emotions. Surprise. And then being angry at that statement makes sense. Oh, girly. I don't know. Because the happiness is like the weirdest one. When you mentioned the stage costume, I sensed a sudden powerful feeling of joy. Would you care to explain, Mr. Newman?
Wait, what? Why would a frilly scarf thing and a long skirt make me feel like that?
I don't know, but you seem awfully interested in that costume for some reason. You didn't happen to put it on, did you?
Like I'd be into that kind of thing. I'm a dude. I'm into braces.
You don't think Robin's actually got a thing for Juniper's outfit, do you? Okay, this is the line they changed. This works.
Got a thing for Juniper's outfit, do you?
Oh, come on. Isn't it obvious?
You're enjoying this a bit too much, Athena. No way, man! The mannequin kept falling toward me, so I stuck out my hands to stop it. End of story.
That's a new piece of information. Time to run an update. Even after that update, something just doesn't feel right here. Do I have anything that could prove his statement contradicts what really happened? Oh, God. Do I? Is it because it was like grabbed? Yeah, the thumbs are facing the wrong way. I had to like do it on myself. The thumbs are the wrong way. You said the mannequin came falling toward you, so you stuck your hand out to stop it. If so, then the fingers on your hands would have been pointing outward like this. But that's not what the handprints show. In fact, this looks more like your thumbs and the base of your palm. Why in the world would I leave such weird handprints? You know why. You left them when you went to adjust the scarf after putting it on. Scarf? Okay, I wouldn't call this a scarf. I would call it a shawl, a cape. Just like the model in the drawing. Whoa! Why don't you just admit it, Mr. Newman? You did put on the stage costume, didn't you? And you really do like Miss Woods' clothes, don't you? Fine, I admit to putting the costume on. But I don't like girly clothes, man. Oh my god. This man's got a lot of noise. Yes, new information to plug in. Time for another update. I snuck in knowing the costume was in there. My heart was pounding even though I'm a guy. When I saw it, it was even more amazed than I imagined. I was like, whoa, I'm a guy, but I got all excited. Okay. It's true, I did put on the girly clothes. But it was strictly for artistic purposes. Oh god, okay. I'm really bad at this. What's the emotion that doesn't fit? Happy, sad, surprised. Okay. Happy when he saw it. Yep. It's like, whoa, I'm a guy, but I got all excited. Is this sad? It's probably the sad in this.
Got it!
There, another emotion that doesn't fit. So what? You're really starting to get on my nerves, man. Mr. Newman, you got excited when you put the costume on, but you also felt sad. Who cares if I felt sad? It's no big deal. Okay, Mr. Newman, out with it. Why did you feel sad? You're hiding something, aren't you? No! You're not fooling anyone anymore. Now tell us why you were sad. Okay, fine. You gotta be that way, I'll tell you. The reason I felt sad is no matter how much I dress up, I'll never be as pretty as Juniper. Well, no offense, but his habit of shouting at the top of his lungs doesn't exactly help. Apollo. No, that's not it. I totally owned those girly clothes. I should have been totally pretty. But there's something that keeps getting in my way. Wow, that's a whole lot of anger and raw emotion right there. His heart is crying out in pain. His emotions are out of control. Out of control emotions. We saw those during the Nine Tails Veil incident. So all we have to do is find the source of his uncontrollable anger, right? Right. Help me look for a conflict between his statements and the images we see. If we can find that, we can wrestle him away from whatever's tormenting him. Mr. Newman said that there was something getting in the way of him being pretty. Something that doesn't go with girly clothes. But what could it be? Fine, I'll testify, man! Oh my god. Only 5% reduced. He is tormented. Okay. Snuck in. Heart was pounding. I wore girly clothes. Felt like a diva when I pulled the hood over my head. Felt so right. I was totally dressed up like a girl. Newman brace costume. Oh god. Oh no, I don't know. I don't even know that this is the thing to What happens if I Newman dressing room. Okay. It's gonna be one of these. So it's the costume, Newman, or the brace. The brace is the brace.
Got it!
I don't know, my man. Mr. Newman, you feel a great deal of anger toward your brace, don't you? Is that what you feel is holding you back from being as pretty as you think you should be? Huh? What? Mr. Newman, the truth is you really want to take that brace off, don't you? No way, man. This is a symbol of masculinity. I could never take it off. Is it that you can't take it off or that you don't want to take it off? Oh, man. I should have kept my big mouth shut. This is really weird. He exhibits intense anger towards his brace, which he calls a symbol of masculinity. But he can't take it off, not even when he's trying to look pretty. What could be at the root of his complicated relationship with his brace? I have a feeling we're on the verge of uncovering an earth-shattering secret. Athena, you okay? Seems Robin is still hiding a secret, a big one. Bigger than the fact that he's secretly jealous of Juniper's looks. Apollo. Yeah, at least I think so. No, it can't be. I just thought of something, but it's totally insane. Mr. Newman. What? I'm onto your little secret, and if I'm correct, it's not very little at all. It's huge. This sounds completely insane, but it's the only possibility left. When we He's not a girl. I don't like to choose this, but... Mr. Newman, or should I say, Miss Newman. No. You are and always have been a girl. No. What? Have you lost the plot, Athena? No, I'm completely serious. I don't have any direct evidence. But that's what Robin's heart is shouting, loud and clear.
Hold it!
I still think you've totally lost it. I mean, Robin reeks of testosterone. How could he possibly be she? Okay. Yes, okay, that's the other line I keep saying. That was, okay. I've come around to that one. I, for one, have never seen a girl who shouts like a maniac all the time. Oh. I've seen plenty of witnesses in my day. But if he's a she, then she's the most convincing actress I've ever encountered. Therefore, let me pronounce my verdict. Robin Newman is without question a man. Hell yeah, Judge. You were now truly Justice Dono's equal in one area. You were just as equally insane. Never in the history of this planet has there been a finer specimen of the masculine spirit. Everybody's just hyping this man up. If you guys are done talking about me, I'm... Really? I'll say, get that transphobic shit out of here. Exactly. The brace, it's... Okay. Miss Sykes, no, allow me to call you Athena. I wanted to keep this a secret at all costs, but no. No way! Surely this must be some kind of jest. I don't understand what's happening. Nope, it's for real. I'm a girl, body and soul. If you don't believe me, I'll give you a PEEK. What is happening? As if. I'm so confused. What an amazing transformation. You are a child. And what do you mean give you a peek? Well, all the Discord is gone. The image is now complete. Oh, you give him eyelashes? Okay. Bye-bye. I was raised as a boy since I was little, and I studied law just as my parents wanted. But now this living lie has had me pinned to the ground. It's... Ugh! This living lie that had me pinned to the ground. It's... It's been blown to smithereens by you, Athena. Now I can't stop pretending I want to be a prosecutor. I'm going to be an artist. Or now I can stop pretending. Curly Pop, why were you raised as a boy? Yay! I don't know, Carly! I don't know!
Order, order! What a shocking development. He really did turn out to be a she.
Why is everyone looking at me like that? I feel like a movie star or something. Why the shoes? I don't... But no paparazzi, please. I value my privacy. A-K-A-Y. A-K? O-K-A-Y. No pics or you'll regret it, man! Yeah, I think Robin is a she. And she was... Why? But why? Why was she made to grow up as a boy? It's 2026 in the game right now? 2027? I think? Why are we doing that? It's not like Susato pretending to be a boy to prosecute. Am I just imagining things? Or is Robin even more hyper now than when she was a he? I don't know. Maybe it's because she finally got her troubles off her chest? Literally.
This is all well and good, but does he being a she actually change anything?
The fact that the witness is actually a girl does change things, because there's now a piece of evidence that we must reevaluate.
Very well, let's see what the defense has for us now. What piece of evidence must we reconsider now that we know the witness is a girl?
I don't... Is it this? So why is everyone so hung up with transphobia that doesn't feel trans if you're being forced? I think it's just the way it was phrased in the original game. I don't know. To be honest, I don't know. All I know is what I've seen people tweeting about. Oh, it's this one.
Take that!
I was about to say, if it's a love confession, I'm gonna be real upset. Lesbians exist, guys. and bisexuals, obviously. Our titular main character is one. Anyway, this is what I'd like the court to reconsider. Like, we were like, hell yeah, validate him. And then, like, oh shit, she's happier as a girl. Yeah. I think in the original, it was supposed to be a build-up for the shock and twist as more of a joke. Gotcha. That would make sense. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, the tape recorder. The one that recorded the threat, "You're a goner."
That's right. We have already established that it's a female voice in the recording. Of all the students who could have moved the body before the mock trial was to start, our client was the only female you excluded, if you exclude Miss Scuttlebutt because of her alibi. And that is why the tape recorder made our client the prime suspect.
So then...
That's right. The witness just revealed that she's a girl. Therefore, if we were using the voice in this recording as a basis for hurling accusations, this witness must be labeled as suspect too. Oh no! Wow, talk about a sudden turn of events. You've done it. You found a hole in one of the prosecution's key pieces of evidence. Yeah, but wow, that was a lot of work for a single one.
Objection!
Okay, we have one more cross-examination after this, and then it'll be it for tonight.
Not so hasty now. You're forgetting that only one person here was privy to the script.
I mean, him in the old version was like, Robin likes wearing girls' clothing. My first instinct was drag, like slay Robin. Fair.
Ergo, Miss Juniper Woods is still the prime suspect.
Objection!
I would have to like go into the old game and see what the surrounding context vibes were. I don't know. I don't fucking know. But Miss Newman hid the fact that she was a girl, both at the crime scene and in court. I'd say that puts her in camp suspicious. That's not nice, Athena. How can you accuse me of being a killer? I mean, I'm just a weak, innocent little girl. Just thinking about that murder makes me... Oh, hun. Okay, alright.
Objection!
The drama.
Suspicious is as suspicious does. Undoubtedly, the witness does have some sort of connection to this crime.
He's supposed to play into Junie's friends being opposites. I've only seen screenshots on Twitter, so not the full content. Yeah, I'm in the same boat.
Perhaps our newfound lady is merely feigning ignorance. We can surmise that she lent support to the principal offender, Juniper Woods, by leading Miss Scuttlebutt to the body. That would make her an accessory to the crime.
How can you say that? I'm not an accessory to any crime, Mr. Birdman.
Objection!
How Robin is a red character and what's-his-face is a blue one. And taking it further with her being a girl. Yeah. Yeah.
Birdman?
Black Quill, you fucking deserve that. After calling Athena a brat and the Scuttlebutt, what was it? He had a fucking nickname, a couple nicknames for her that were, oh, Box Top. Like,
in any event, with the witness as an accessory, it explains quite a bit, does it not?
Objection!
ugh, he made it all make sense somehow. And he'll keep accusing Junie unless we can show someone else knew the script's details. But how could someone have gotten their hands on that kind of info? The only way they could have known what was in the script was if they saw the mock trial, heard it from Junie, had penned the script. Heard it from Junie. Is it bad that I think Box Top is a cute pet name? No, I do like Box Top. It was a good one. It was a very good one. But it's kind of weird coming out of his mouth. Sorry, Junie, but you're not gonna like this. Our client may have leaked the script's details to someone.
What the devil?
And I know I shouldn't have, but I revised the script to favor the prosecution. The professor of court noticed it immediately and changed it back. Miss Woods did not want Hugh O'Connor to win the mock trial. That's why I believe she leaked the details to the witness, Robin Newman. I get it, if Robin won, Hugh wouldn't be able to confess to Juniper. Right, Junie was probably trying to keep their friendship from becoming awkward. How could you, Athena? What a bunch of bull! I never heard a word about the script from Juniper. Never, ever!
Objection!
You sure? Can you look me in the eye and swear you didn't? B-A-D, Athena. You don't have any evidence! Actually, we might have just the thing. Really? Yeah, one of Robin's lines I read when we were reenacting the mock trial. Here's a shot of the crime scene. Ironically, it was Professor Court who posed as the corpse. Air forehead. How did the mock trial participants react to this photo? Mr. Newman was surprised by what Professor Court was wearing. Robin said, "Oh, the green sweatsuit." S-U-R-E. I might have said that, but so what? Well, think of it this way, Athena. Yeah, which way exactly? If I told you that I'd be wearing a blue shirt today, but then showed up wearing what I've got on now, what would you say? Oh, the red suit. Ah, I think I've got it. Your Honor, we have evidence proving that Miss Newman knew the contents of the script. The defense moves to present said evidence to the court.
Very well, Miss Sykes, present away.
This evidence proves that Miss Newman had prior knowledge of the script's contents. Body is a treating arrow. Murder weapon is an awl. Actual murder scene, the art room. Body dropped. Mannequin, a mat. Ball cart used to move the body. Archery club, the body's moved. And all bioschool festival funds. Arrow, borrow from the club. Sweatsuit. Victim's outfit will be a red one from the prosecutor course. Okay. That's it.
Take that!
The mock trial script.
Miss Newman, during the mock trial, you were shown a photo of the victim's body. I'm going to say that they're being really obvious about the evidence I should be presenting, like, way more than other games. Which, like, sometimes it was really difficult to figure it out. But, like, I've counted so many instances in this stream alone where, like, they basically shove the piece of evidence in your face during, like, the text, and then they go, this is the evidence I have to present, and it's that. It's like, guys, you're being a little unsubtle. And reportedly, you reacted by saying, oh, the green sweatsuit. Oh, yeah, I said that. What's your point? Feels more hand-holdy. Okay, I'm glad I'm not the only one feeling that. You seem to have some issue with the green sweatsuit, and I think I know why. The proof is in the script, specifically on the things to prepare page. Sweatsuit. Victim's outfit will be a red one from the prosecutor course. You were surprised because the sweatsuit in the photo was green. But if you didn't know about the script's contents, then that shouldn't have surprised you. I can see from Athena being so new to being a lawyer, but I don't think that's the angle. Yeah, because if it was, it would just be during the, like, tutorial. This is, well, we are in investigation number 3, so. I thought we were friends, Athena. How could I have been so blind? In light of her privileged knowledge, I move to declare Miss Newman a suspect, Your Honor.
You what?
I don't think it was her. I think it was a shady-ass teacher. If knowing script details makes me a suspect, then there must be others besides me. I mean, someone else could have also seen Professor Court's note. Note? What note? The professor and Juniper were working together to prepare for the mock trial, but only one copy of the script was made to prevent it from being leaked. But that gets kind of inconvenient, right? You're not seriously going to suggest. But it's the truth. Professor Court did do exactly what you're thinking. She didn't write down any of the proceedings or the truth behind the case. But she did write a note to herself about the props and details about the victim's B.O.D.Y. Hugh O'Connor. I didn't make that connection. He's written right there. Is this really true, Miss Newman? You don't believe me? Send the police over to my house. Tell them to check the pictures of my camera. I thought it might give me an advantage. So I took a picture of the note. I'd say she's telling the truth. Wait a sec. If there's a note with details about the body, then that means there are others who could have made the murder look like our client's script. Yes, I believe you're right. Apparently, this case isn't as clear-cut as Prosecutor Blackwell would have us believe. This new revelation blasts a big fat hole in the prosecution's case.
Oh!
Objection!
Bully for you, Missy, but don't think this spells victory.
And why not?
The battle is still young, and my blade is now fully drawn. Between it and my next witness, your life will be forfeit, so put away your wooden sword. And show me what you are truly capable of if you wish to live.
You want it? Don't worry, I'm gonna bring it.
I already said I want nothing to do with this trial. How juvenile. It is not a matter of what you want, for you will cooperate, Hugh O'Connor. Prosecutor Blackwell, why have you called this witness? You will recall that the day before the mock trial, in short, the day of the murder, the accused testified that she left for home around 6 p.m. Yes, my notes here do confirm that fact.
Right, our client wasn't at school at the estimated time of death, so she couldn't
Objection!
be... Hold on. Can we not do this? Thank you so much.
Yet that was but a fallacious lie. Or am I mistaken, golden boy? I have no intention of saying anything more. Now if you'll excuse me. Hold. I am not through with you yet.
Seems the rogue prosecutor has it out for me.
Leave, and we just might discuss you know what. No, wait.
One little statement and Mr. Cool loses it? What's that all about? I changed my mind. I'll stay and testify. Can you not taunt the convicted killer? Exactly!
Are you sure, Mr. O'Connor?
The word of a genius is as good as gold. Let's get on with this. Hugh O'Connor, a senior at Themis Legal Academy, lawyer course. How's that?
Just fine. Your testimony then, if you please.
You're up against the top of the class now. I'd be careful if I were you. I know Junie would never lie like that. That pompous schoolboy won't know what hit him. Okay. Last testimony. Around the time of the murder. To get mentally prepared for the mock trial, I meditated at the archery range until 7 p.m. At around 7:15, I went to the main building before going home. That's when I saw Juniper. We didn't say much as we passed by each other. She seemed like her usual self. That's it. Anything else you'd like to ask?
That is quite enough. Well done, golden boy. The final bell rings at 7 p.m., at which point the campus is a desolate place. Now you will recall the tape recorder. We know the time of the voice recording. It was 7:10 p.m., the day before the mock trial. That was the dark hour of this heinous crime.
Do you have any proof of that?
As its final bell, the school plays a special broadcast when the clock strikes 7. The female voice on the tape appears 10 minutes after that broadcast. The killer waited until the school was empty to spring her devious and deadly trap.
Okay.
So, when the witness saw the defendant, that would have been... Indeed, it was 5 minutes after the voice was captured on tape in the art room. Ergo, we know that the accused is still in the main building, even after the killing.
Why does Scuttlebutt have the time to listen to all these tapes? Like, Jesus. Especially she has them all over the school.
So the time of the murder and the time of when the body was moved.
Great. Another inconvenient testimony.
Miss Sykes, your cross-examination, please.
Alright. What's this man lying about? Meditated until 7 p.m. Now 7:15. I went to the main building and I saw Juniper. We didn't say much. As we passed by each other, she seemed like her usual self. That's it.
Hold it!
So you just walked past a good friend, barely saying a word?
The final bell had already rung. They get mad when you stand around chatting. Then again, we're not like you people, talking endlessly in those annoyingly loud voices.
Objection!
Annoyingly loud voices? I'd like it if you refrain from insulting my partner like that.
Normally I chat objection right about now, but I'll take this one for the team.
Anyway, I think that's about all I have to say. Alright.
Hold it!
Alright, I'll take you up on your kind offer. I'd expect as much, so go ahead and ask away. I want to ask you, did you go to the art room? Why did you stay past the last bell? How did you prep for the mock trial? Why would an honor student like you ignore the last bell? I wouldn't say I ignored it. I was simply running a little late. Do you remember exactly how late? You're a stickler for details, lady. But if I had to say, it was maybe about 10-15 minutes. If you think that it's that important, I'll add it to my testimony. I was hoping you'd say that. Okay. Final bell had rung 10-15 minutes earlier. No biggie. Probably yes, biggie. Oh!
Objection!
Damn it. Just kidding. Just kidding. Alright. It's not dead. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Alright. Because if it was 10-15 minutes, she wouldn't have passed Juniper if it was her on the... Anyway. Timer does between 6 and 8. Oh. Oh, God, I don't know. Girl, I don't fucking know. Anybody have any thoughts? Oh, no. If it's not the fucking... Is it that Hugh's listed in here twice? There's no time. The only things with times on them are these two, and it's not gonna be the fucking autopsy report. Stabbing was very rough, okay. Maybe it's this? I don't have any other option. I don't have any other good ideas. Nope. Okay. Okay, maybe I've asked the wrong question. Maybe I need to ask him a different question. How about this one? Please tell the court what we were doing October 23rd, the day before the mock trial. They heard me say that they were spoon feeding me, and they said, just you wait. That's an easy one. Nothing in particular. Nothing at all? You didn't help with the preparations? You don't get it, do you? I was merely playing the role assigned to me. I left the preparations and the like to others. My job was to be mentally prepared. Judy put her heart and soul into getting things ready while he just sat on his behind? Just to reiterate, I spent most of the 23rd meditating at the archery range. I didn't talk to anyone until the school closed at 7 p.m. I suppose a few archery club members did come and go while I was there. But you didn't talk to anyone. Not a single soul. That's right, I didn't say a word to anyone until the final bell at 7 p.m. I see. This is crucial information. Please add it to your testimony. I don't know if you're bluffing, but if you are, you have a pretty good poker face. Okay, this is the There we fucking go. So, you didn't talk to anybody on October 23rd. Are you sure about that? I already told you. My word is as good as gold. Okay, then how do you explain this? And don't spare any details. Sorry, never seen that before. This is the victim's planner. She recorded all her plans in great detail. I wouldn't call this great detail, but that's okay. Take a look at this page here. It reads 23rd, meet with Hugh, and important. Don't you find that interesting? Where'd you get that? The keyword here is important. You say you were at the archery range all day, but you also said a few students came and went while you were there. That doesn't sound like a great place for an important talk.
The entire campus was buzzing with activity before the mock trial. Where could they have possibly had a private conversation?
I thought about that too, but the situation changes after the last bell.
What's this now?
The witness stayed after the last bell in order to have a private talk with the victim. Am I right, Mr. O'Connor?
This is insane. Must we go through this yet again? I suppose you also have no evidence as usual.
No, I don't have any direct evidence. However, the witness was meditating until after the last bell, and he attempted to conceal his private meeting with the victim.
First Robin, and now me. Who are you going to accuse next? You're just another unscrupulous attorney looking to get ahead.
Don't let him get to you. He's definitely hiding something. I mean, he was supposed to meet with the victim around her estimated time of death. I have my suspicions about Robin, but Hugh seems just as guilty. These three are the only possible suspects after all. Mr. O'Connor, answer me this. Did you meet with Professor Court that day? I don't know, man. I feel like Aristotle's also... He could have moved it when he went to go to the balcony. Remember, he had to go wait at the balcony before his speech? He could have moved the body then. Did you meet with Professor Court that day?
Sorry, Mr. Jailbird Prosecutor. I don't mean to steal your thunder, but I've got something to say. If it will save me some trouble, then by all means speak away. If you would recall, Miss Sykes, the voice on the tape recorder was female. Knowing that, I'd like you to explain how I could possibly be a suspect.
Oh, he has a point.
Impressive. Golden Boy here does shine gold indeed. Care to take the reins? You're more than capable of prosecuting this case. Sorry, but I'm studying to be a lawyer.
I hate.
What a pity to think such a genius to be wasted on mere lawyering. At last, your moment is here, Sykes Dono. Time to refute Golden Boy's statement and prove that you're the young prodigy worthy of the badge on your lapel.
Could he lay on any more pressure?
The voice is unmistakably female, so there's no point in arguing about that.
Yeah, you're right. In which case, to whom does the voice on the tape really belong? The victim? The voice on the tape belongs to the victim. That's the only thing that makes sense.
Objection!
Are you mad? The voice on the recorder saying you're a goner? That is something a murderer shouts at their victim, not the other way around.
Or how about a colleague shouting at another colleague that they're gonna get fired. They're gonna get them fired. You're a goner. Yeah, that is a problem. You're a goner. You're a goner. You're a goner. Athena? You're a goner. You a goner. Hugh a corner. Hugh O'Connor. Wait a second! Whoa, Athena, you're scaring me here. You're scared? I'm terrified for even coming up with this. With what? Prosecutor Blackwell, you wanted to know if I'm worthy of my badge? Well, I'm about to show you why. Despite my age, I can wear it with pride.
Oh? Then can I take it you won't be changing your argument? Still, it stands that it's a bit odd for the victim to be the one yelling, "You're a goner."
I agree, if that's what the victim was saying, but it's not.
I assume you have something to back up your assertion, Miss Sykes.
Not exactly, but you don't have to add fuel to his fire, Your Honor. If it is indeed Professor Court's voice on the tape, he was shouting, then she was shouting because she was threatening O'Connor, being threatened by O'Connor, scolding O'Connor. They're going, Hugh O'Connor! Scolding him like a mother. I would like to call one basic fact into question. Is that shout on the tape really saying you're a goner? What are you up to now, Athena? Professor Court's planner says she was supposed to meet with the witness for an important talk. Perhaps our witness, despite being a genius, had done something wrong. And this made Professor Court get angry with him during their private meeting. I don't see how this changes what we heard on the tape. Well, if you want to see how it changes things, then let's try a little experiment. Your Honor, I want you to yell at the witness if you're mad at him. But, and this is important, use his full name.
Okay, let's see. Hugh O'Connor.
What did I do to deserve that? Yes, like that. Now try again, but faster.
Hugh O'Connor.
Hugh O'Connor. Connor. Who? Hugh O'Connor. Hugh O'Connor.
Wait a second. No, this can't be.
Objection!
You think I'd spend the energy to lead you this far if it wasn't true? But it is, Your Honor. Humans are not perfect. That's a scientific fact. We sometimes mistake shadows for monsters or wind for voices.
Now that you mention it.
You could do this, Athena. Just give the old guy one more little push. The sound of the tape recorder never was the phrase, "You're a goner." That's only what we thought we heard when in fact it was the witness getting yelled at. The court will note that this is different from the selective hearing men are so good at. Athena! Yes! I think you're right, but what was that last part again? She was reading you all to filth. Never mind. The important thing is that the voice... I just love that... that not only did she say that line, but that's the line they decided to have the, like, rushing background behind. The important thing is that the voice that was recorded isn't our client's. And since it was the victim scolding the witness, she must now join the list of suspects. He must now join the list of suspects.
I had thought that testimony would suffice, but it seems it has come to this. I will not allow such fallacious quibbles to upend this case. The prosecution has one final piece of evidence to present to the court.
Evidence? What's he going to pull out now?
Feast your eyes on this photo. Let me see that insolent look vanish from within them.
Okay.
Let's see. Oh, it's a picture of the defendant and the victim.
Okay. Is that taken at 7:05? Okay. Okay.
The photograph shows the professor and student preparing for the mock trial together.
Wait, was this taken in the art room? The room where the murder occurred?
Indeed it was, but the revelations do not end there. Do you see the clock on the wall? It reads 7:05, a mere 5 minutes before the voice was recorded on the tape.
What? I don't... If the tape had been recording since 7, why is the only thing on it the shouting of Hugh O'Connor? Like, if you think that they would hear the voices of the two of them anyway. Maybe just because it was loud, it caught that? I don't know. Okay, but what day? Yeah, really. Also, we have had at least one, if not 2 trials, where the clock has been wrong. And that's a big part of it. I tried to do a face and Twitch thought I was trying to do an emote.
The accused brutally stabbed the victim to death 5 minutes after this photo was taken.
Okay. We don't know that she died at 7:10 though. We don't have that evidence. She died between 6 and 8. So she could have died any time until like 8 o'clock.
It seems the defendant's culpability in this crime is quite obvious.
Judy was with Professor Court just 5 minutes before she was murdered. What now? Nothing I say can change that fact.
Understand now? You can believe in your client all you wish, but try as you might. Such misplaced faith will inevitably be cut down before the cruel, steely blade of truth. Listen, Missy, the person you'd like to save more than anything else in the world, I'd be willing to wager that your defense isn't what they desire.
But I became a lawyer so I could...
You still fail to understand? After so much pain and defeat, the courts are not the play yards of little children dressed as lawyers. So before you break your back in failure, run along home and grow up. Oops.
If he thinks I'm giving up now, he's got another thing coming. I have to find my inner strength if I ever hope to save him.
Him?
But I can't think of any way to strike back. Save him? The worst of times are when the lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. That's impossible. How can I smile under these circumstances, even if I forced it? This is badder than bad. Who knew Blackwell had that one waiting in the wings? Why didn't that twisted samurai just present it at the beginning? What is with these games? I'd be like, him. I have to save him. First Miles, now Athena. What is this? Wait, maybe this was his real plan. Was he just trying to show me how weak and powerless I am? Maybe he's right, because I really haven't got a clue. Who's the real killer? Who murdered Professor Constance Court? Robin Newman, a girl who had been forced to live a lie as a guy. Or was it Hugh O'Connor, the honor student who had met with Professor Court?
There seems to be little reason to debate the defendant's guilt any longer. The time for a verdict has come. No,
Oh, hi, Robin. No! That's not gonna happen, man!
What's the meaning of this? You can't interrupt a judge about to hand down a...
Maybe, but false verdicts are N-O-N-O.
What?
Miss Newman, please explain yourself. Juniper's not the killer. I know because I know who the real killer is. You do? You know who the real killer is. What is she up to now? Yup, I know because the real killer is M-E, me. Oh, babe. What? It was me. I did it alone. Just me. I don't get it. Why is she confessing?
Miss Newman was witness near the stage. There was even a related photo of her. The more I think about it, the more suspicious she seems.
Gay. Gay. Robin Newman isn't the kind of guy who pins the blame on friends. Just so he can walk free. Get it over with. Declare me guilty already. It's gonna be Hugh. Oh, it's Juniper. Please, wait. Juniper, what are you doing? Thank you for all you've done, Thena, but you'll have to forgive me. I can't let my friends take the blame any longer. Junie, no. Don't do it. Hugh and Robin have done nothing wrong. They have absolutely no connection to this case. The real killer is me. I am alone. I alone am responsible for the entire crime.
What?
Junie, you know that's not true. Hurry up and retract your statement. I'm afraid it is true. Forgive me, Thena. Babe. What is happening?
Order, order. Will somebody please explain what's going on here? I see right through your cheap ploy. School rules state that a prior conviction terminates one's eligibility to graduate. A guilty verdict here would make whatever dreams one had go up in a puff of smoke. Oh, I wasn't aware. Even meek little mice will fight when cornered. A pitiful spectacle, I might add. These vermin are trying to protect each other now that they've nowhere else to run. Both gay? Both, I think, yes. Both. Protect each other? Wait, so was Robin just trying to protect Junie too? If so, then the real killer is... Oh god, is he gonna... Yeah, okay. It's a throuple. This whole thing's a joke. Uh-oh, now it's Hugh's turn. What is wrong with the kids these days? Okay, Judge. I know it just crossed your mind, Miss Sykes. Oh god. You think I'm the killer, don't you? Wow, he really is a genius. He even knows what you're thinking. I think it's about time I told you the truth. And I'll even get right to the point. It was me. I did it. Wait. No. Athena. Now both potential suspects are claiming to be the real killer. Ugh, I'm so confused right now. It was none of them. If you still have doubts, how about I detail my murder plot? It's absolutely genius. Enough of this nonsense. This is a court of law, not the set of some high school drama. I see I have no choice. I'm afraid I'll have to... Hoy, wait your baldness. I'm sorry, Prosecutor Blackwell, but I'm in no position to hand down a verdict just yet. I am hoping that the defense and prosecution can come up with some airtight evidence. That is why I'm giving you both the rest of the day to continue investigating this case. Pinch me. I think I'm dreaming. Fine. Do as you wish. This brings today's proceedings to a close. Court is adjourned. Good lord. To be continued. Oh my god, we're just cutting it off right there. Alright. Well, that was intense. Is this taking a while to save? Why is this taking a while to save? What is happening? I'm terrified right now. Why is this? Okay. Don't scare me like that. I would have been extremely upset. Ugh, look, I'm gonna use the designated button to exit the game now. Wow, I've grown so much. Anyway. Yeah, the game's gotta throw me one last stressed curveball before releasing me from its clutches. Anyway, good shit. We got 3 parts. I'm glad I just continued and did that this week, because only getting through 2 parts again would feel kind of ridiculous. And I don't want to play this game until the end of time. Yeah, thank you guys for watching. So earlier I was doing mental planning of games and stream, and I've been waffling back and forth. I've decided that we are going to do Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright after we finish Spirit of Justice. I want to play it and get it done. I just want to finish the series. All of the games. And then when we finish that, then we're going to do a stream where we just do a bunch of tier lists. I've been favoriting a ton of them. Got them bookmarked. We're just going to do a fuck ton of tier lists one day. And it'd be great. I don't know if we're going to roll directly. We might take like a day off before we roll into
or a week off before we roll into Professor Layton. But like, I got my totally legit PC copy of Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright. I do own the game. I do own the game on my 3DS, but you know. But it does work. I did load it. So that will be in a number of weeks. Many weeks. A week off for Hunt, yes. We might take a week off between Duel Destinies and Spirit of Justice as well, because I don't want to do, like, I don't want to burn myself out on it. I want to finish the series, but like, I had to take like multiple months off after the Phoenix Wright trilogy because I just burnt myself out on the games. It was I think a good couple, like a month or two break. And I want to enjoy them. I want to be done the series, just to have it all inside my little brain. But I also want to enjoy it. So, and then I can move on to other games. Keep playing Dragon Age to prepare mentally, emotionally for Dreadwolf. I have the fucking, what's it called? Horizon Zero West comes out at the end of March, which I have already pre-ordered that because I'm insane. Why does my library look like this? There's just so many games to play. Also puzzles. I want to do puzzles. You need to play Horizon Zero Dawn on your PS5. The game is so good. Lots of stuff coming out this year. Yeah, there is a lot of good stuff coming out this year, which is stressful. It's like, how do you decide? What do you want to play? You know, we're doing the thing though, and it's gonna be great. I love games. But anyway, that's gonna do it. For me, I'm going to go to bed. So I gotta write 2 papers tomorrow so that I'm free and clear for Sunday. And I can just focus on sports ball. Go sports ball. And 2 teams that I don't give a crap about or even really know which teams it is. I know the one is the team that beat us last year, so fuck them. But Kansas City? Is that your team, Cody? No. Oh, okay. Not your team. They're annoying. Yeah. I'm gonna probably root against them just for the fact that of last year's Super Bowl. What is it? San Diego? San Francisco? San Antonio? I don't know. They're both red. That's all I know is they're both red. And they have Swifties. Yeah. It seems like an interesting combination. My one friend who's coming is a big Swiftie, so we'll see how that goes. She's fine. She's not an annoying Swiftie. She'll be fine. Anyway, I should stop blabbering on because wow, I've hit the 6-hour mark. So it's time for bed. So I'm very much looking forward to. So anyway, that's going to do it for me tonight. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. I very much appreciate it. I love chilling with you and playing my dumb lawyer games and giggling about all the characters. I hope you guys all have a fantastic rest of your Friday night and an amazing weekend. And I will see you guys all next week. All right? Goodbye.